What a tremendous Tuesday afternoon. How are you? Welcome to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. Oilers Tampa Bay. Oh, my goodness. It's like stars on ice tonight. Also, $40 million up for grabs in Lotto Max. Get yours today at PlayAlberta.ca. I'm Jason Gregor. He is Connor Halley, and we got a loaded show for you today. Of course, we'll talk lots about the Oilers and the Lightning tonight, because this is what I like to call, just an unreal clash. Two top teams set to go. You got to look at the top two scorers in the NHL over the past 2 1/3 seasons. McDavid and Kucherov. Draisaitl's fourth, by the way. McKinnon's third. You've got Leon Draisaitl, currently tied for the league leading goals with 19. Braden Point, second in the NHL with 18. Over the last 2 1/3 seasons, Point's third in goals. Draisaitl's fourth. Look at the last 10 games between these two teams. They're both 6-3-1. The Tampa Bay Lightning have outscored teams 45-30. The Oilers have outscored teams 35-26. The special teams of both teams. The Oilers are a combined 120.1%, and Tampa Bay is 121%. The Oilers' penalty kill is 90, just shy of 91. It's 90.9, and their power play, actually quietly, has been really good the last 10 games, 29%. And then you look at Tampa Bay. 37% on the man advantage in their last 10 games, and their penalty kill, a very respectable 84%. So tonight should be a heck of a tilt. Hell of a game. Very much looking forward to it. Also, we will hear from Dave Mishkin to get Tampa Bay's side of things. TR will be by. Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM. Struddy. We'll hear from Spec and DVD. Also, Joel Cohen is going to join us once again. He's one of the producers of The Simpsons. And if you were watching Monday Night Football last night, it was quite the Cons. How would you say it? Was it be like an amalgamation of NFL and Simpsons?
Yeah, a little taking us into Springfield, digitalizing it. We've seen it with Toy Story before. You got a chance to see Lisa Simpson make some plays. Mo Sizlak was a madman out there. Of course, the bartender from Moe's.
Yeah,
it was interesting. I checked it out for a little bit. I don't know who the target demographic was. Maybe trying to get a younger fan base into the Simpsons, or getting the Simpsons nerds into football. I say that as a Simpsons nerd, but it was. I kind of like that. It makes it fun. It's something different, and it was cool to see the Simpsons characters making some plays out there.
Yeah, it was quite comical. Speaking of making plays, we're going to make some more plays for a month of giving. Thanks. Big shout out to Doug and Tim yesterday on our 2 packages from A1 Heating as well as 1 Hour Plumbing. So big thanks to Curtis and Andrew for donating those. I always like to remind everybody, all these companies donate everything. So 100% of all the money we've taken in the bids goes directly to the charities. Today we are helping out Santa's Anonymous. Very simple. Some of you maybe have helped deliver some gifts for Santa's Anonymous. It is delivering gifts to kids who otherwise would not have a present on Christmas morning. And when you break it down to that level of simplicity, and you think of when you were a kid, heck, you think of now the excitement you get when you get a gift. Or when you watch your son, your daughter, your grandchild open a present. That's what you'll be giving the gift to a lot of kids. And you'll be getting some pretty good stuff for yourself. So today, it's the Brick Fan Package, courtesy of the Brick. Longtime big sponsor of the show. And you'll get a $2,500 gift card to use on whatever you like at the Brick. As well, you're going to get a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. And it's 120 Hertz, which means fantastic picture quality with super fast refresh rate. It catches everything, basically. So for the sports fan, you want to watch it. It's almost like you're at the game. Sometimes even better because they zoom in and you see everything that you wouldn't necessarily see from your seats. So you get the $2,500 gift card and that unbelievable 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV that has the super fast refresh rate. Okay. So 833-401-1440. I know. So you're like, you know what? Geez, I need a new couch. Maybe not bedroom set. And that's why we do the gift card, because everybody has different taste. Right? Cons is a big fan of oak. He really wants the oak in his house. Right? Declan, on the other hand, he's all into leather right now. So that's that's why you wouldn't want to get a specific item. This way you get the gift card. And who doesn't like a good TV? Whether you're watching sports, watching your favorite Netflix movie, right? You're like TR, and you're watching The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, whatever it takes. You want to get the best quality picture that you can see. So there you go. 833-401-1440. Also, a little smaller package, but just as good for entertainment. How about tickets to tonight to see the Stars on Ice, a.k.a. Tampa and the Oilers? Two teams that are red hot, two teams that have some of the most dominant offensive players in the National Hockey League. How about tonight's game will feature players? There's 5 50-goal seasons and 16 100-point campaigns on the ice tonight between the Oilers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. That is quite impressive, I should say. Quite impressive. Cat Dad opens it up at a G note, and we are off and running in the month of giving. 833-401-1440 is where you can text 833-401-1440 in our E-Well inbox. Your partner in power, supplying you all the great electrical gear that you need since 1975. EWEL.ca. Hey, Greg's, when I look at the Oilers' past games, I have them 1 or 8 this year against the league's upper tier teams. The next handful will be a true measuring stick, see if they're legit or feasted on bottom from Hacksaw. I don't put much stock into that, to be honest, man. You play who's on the schedule or not. And, the Oilers early in the year, like that game against Winnipeg, look at Winnipeg. They're 15-1. Now they're 5-8 in their last 13. So, sometimes you get your team. The Oilers were junk in that opening game of the season. I think we can all 100% agree with that. I don't put a huge bunch of stock in it, because teams that are playing well at certain times maybe aren't. And, the Oilers, obviously, earlier in the season weren't playing as well as they are right now. Look at, and it's not just, obviously McDavid and Draisaitl get a lot of the headlines, as they should. They're pretty dominant players. But fun little fact for those. And I noticed that it must be tough being a fan who hates a player. Like, legitimately hates a player, because all you do is watch for their mistakes. And then when they play well, you say nothing. Because since November 1st, Darnell Nurse has been on the ice for a grand total of 2 goals against at 5-on-5. 2. Being on the ice for 7 goals for. So 77% goal for percentage, if you look at. Then you can look at his expected goals, everything else. Now, here's the difference. Nurse, if you compare him to Ekholm and Bouchard, they play way more of their minutes with McDavid and Draisaitl. They just do, right? Bouchard, they think's more offensive player, so you play him with a guy. I get it. But those guys, when you're on the ice with them, lots of times you have the advantage that you're going to be in the offensive zone. So you have better opportunity to score goals, better opportunity not to get scored on. Nurse, in the limited minutes he's played with those two, 4 goals, 4-0 against. Still being solid without it. And if you look at all their numbers, he's been great. Another guy, how about Ty Emberson? Since he got promoted to the first unit penalty kill, November 1st, he's played the most minutes of any Oiler on the penalty kill. He's been on the ice for 1 goal against. And he was also on the ice for when Nurse scored shorthand. So he's even since November 1st on the penalty kill and he's your number one penalty killing, minute-eating guy. That's pretty impressive. Another guy who's not producing offensively to the level that you would like, but Adam Henrique, since November 1st, outscored opponents 10-3, 5-on-5. Outshot them. Now, he only has one goal. Ideally, you'd want him to produce more, no question. He has 8 points in 16 games, so it's not terrible production, but it's below his level for sure. But it's the old adage, when you're not scoring, don't get scored on. He's not getting scored on at all. Playing very well. And he's played the second most minutes of any order forward on the penalty kill, also only been on the ice for one goal against. So, well, some other guys who maybe aren't getting the headlines, but have been playing exceptionally well for an extended period of time here for the Edmonton Oilers. Extended period of time. And it's been good. Really good. Because you know what? You can't just, obviously, if the Oilers are going to win, you need McDavid and Draisaitl to be the leaders. That's just a fact. Right? They're your best players. But you need other guys to step up, and when they play significant minutes, play well. And that's what you're getting right now, and have been for quite a while here from Darnell Nurse. Also, it announced today that Kevin Shattenkirk just announced his retirement today. Long letter that he posted on social media to the 7 organizations that played with them and everybody else. So, you know what? Had a pretty good career. 14 years, man, as an NHL player. That is an outstanding career. Outstanding career for Kevin Shattenkirk. I know there were some people in Edmonton thought, hey, maybe the Oilers would go get him. I think the Oilers are pretty happy with what they have today, but also looking to upgrade on their defense. I think everybody knows what area they're looking at, and whether or not we'll see. Now, Emerson, here's the other thing that's impressive about Emerson. He's played a grand total of 55 NHL games in his career. 55. He's not a finished product, right? But so that's, to me, what's more impressive is you get the opportunity to be on a number one unit penalty kill, and you thrive there without a boatload of NHL experience. And you know what? 5-on-5, he's been solid, not spectacular, not great. You know, when him and Kulak are together, the numbers are decent. They're not bad, him and Stetcher. I think they're 2-2, 5-on-5 since then. So, you know, hey, you're breaking even. It's not bad. But I look at Ty Emberson, and just with more experience, subtle little differences in his game could help out. Right? He probably might peak out at a number 5 defenseman. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that. So, but I think Emberson, you forget at really how inexperienced he is as far as an NHL defenseman goes. And that's what makes his play, I think, even more impressive from my vantage point. The Tampa Bay Lightning, Oilers get a little bit of a break tonight. Eric Cernak got injured in Vancouver. He's out. Now, Cernak and McDonough are their top unit penalty killers. They played like 10 more minutes than the other pair. Like, they use them a lot on the penalty kill. So that's a big blow because their penalty kill has been pretty good. So who will they move in? Do they move Radish up into, is it Perbix? We'll see tonight. Also, doubtful, which is a term you don't use very often. It's like we're sliding into the NFL realm here. But John Cooper says Anthony Cirelli is doubtful to play tonight. And that's another big blow. He has 8 goals in their last 10 games. He's been playing outstanding for them. Very good defensively, chipping in a lot of offensively. He's on their penalty kill, helps out on their power play, more of the second unit, but still, that's a pretty big blow for them if he's out. Now, he's doubtful, so we'll see. Deandre Lou put out the hit that happened, and he basically got rocked in center ice, went up against the boards and bent over, and you could see it. It's right on the hip, and did not come back to the game. So no Cernak for sure, and likely no Cirelli. So a little bit of a break for them. But don't count out Tampa Bay. In their last 10 games, I mentioned they scored 45 goals. Points missed a game. Kucherov's missed 2 games. Nick Paul's missed 6 games. Atkinson's missed 5 games. Like, they've had a lot of injuries, and they still find ways to score. So the Oilers, you got to be ready. This should be a highly entertaining game tonight. Oilers in Tampa Bay. And if you want to go, we have a pair of seats that we'll auction off for charity. where the Oilers attack twice in the offensive zone. Row 17, great seats. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. We're up to 1,200 on the brick package, which obviously is undervalued because the GC is $2,500. It's basically you get $2,500 in a GC, which is cash, and you get that ridiculous 75-inch QLED Samsung 4K smart TV. And it's the 120 hertz, which is a super fast refresh rate. So there you have it. 833-401-1440. We're helping out Santa's Anonymous if you want in on the tickets. Those are a separate, smaller little package. You want to go to the game tonight? Kucherov and Point and McDavid and Draisaitl and many others. Should be a heck of a game. Vasilevsky, if you're a goaltending fan. Stuart Skinner's played great. 5 of his last 6 games. He has a save percentage of over .930. So lots of reasons to be excited about the game tonight. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll hear more about the Lightning from Dave Mishkin on the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
I'm making my list, checking it twice. And guess what? I'm giving Wilhock beef jerky to everyone, naughty and nice. Because honestly, everyone deserves a taste of Alberta's finest, no matter if they've been bad or good. So this holiday season, skip the chocolates and pass on the turkey. Make sure you're Wilhocking around the Christmas tree with Alberta's best beef jerky. Ho, ho, ho!
Call to place your pre-order today at 780-986-2537.
Weather forecast? Ugh. Savings forecast? Cha-ching. Save up to $225 on a set of 4 Select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 at Fountain Tire until December 14th. Restrictions apply. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at Cantork.com.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goal. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
The Junior Prospects Hockey League proudly presents the Bauer Winter Championship, taking over the Silent Ice Center from December 5th to 15th. This winter is all about silent ice, not silent night, as the rinks will be anything but quiet during the Bauer Winter Championship. This year's event will feature over 70 teams with more than 1,300 athletes from 4 different provinces competing for the championship. Be sure to catch all the action at the Silent Ice Center or online at silenticetv.com. For more details, go to jphlwinterchampionship.com.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNuggets, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area. Prices exclude delivery.
Are you losing sleep over your debt? Being hounded by collection calls? My name is Parveen Middleton, a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I understand this can be a stressful situation, and I'm here to help. I can put a stop to these collection calls and guide you towards your debt-free future. All it takes is one phone call. Let's discuss your debt relief options during a free consultation. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to learn more.
It's the Nissan Winter Ready event. Rogue brings a very winter-friendly standard all-wheel drive at impressive highway fuel efficiency, and you're free to start planning epic drives to the North Pole and everywhere in between. Right now, lease a 2025 Rogue for the equivalent of $89 weekly for 36 months. Plus, qualifying Nissan owners may receive up to $500 in loyalty bonus. That's all-wheel drive for $384 monthly with $3,199 down at 2.99%. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. Watch every Oilers game at OTR with $5.25 Molson Canadian, $5 Pink Whitney shots, and 60-cent wings. Plus, play Oilers score and win, and you could walk away with a ton of On the Rocks gift cards. Oilers hockey at OTR. Book your table today. Jasper Ave in 118.
$222. Jay's up to $1,500 now on our brick package, $2,500 GC, and a ridiculous 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. Big package. So obviously at $1,500. There we go. You know what the cost is as you move up. Big Baby texts in, hey guys, why don't you just do the draw for the tickets? I'm in for the first 100. Oh, you know what? I haven't done one of those in a while. How about we do that? We'll only take 7 entries, though. He had said 10. That's too many. We'll just do 7. So if you want in for 100 bones, and the winner will do the draw, and they'll go to the game tonight. The rest will make the donation. I like it. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. So if you want in on it for tonight, Oiler Tampa Bay, you go to the game 2 seats for only 100 bones. Not bad. Not bad at all. So just text in 833 and we'll send you the link where you can make a donation. So pretty simple. I like it. Let's get now around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's, where it's Tuesday. Fan Day deals. Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Okay? Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. And it's $4. Big Mac, McChicken, or a filet of fish, but only if you ordered through the McDonald's app. So do it today. Well, big savings for your dinner tonight. If you want to watch the game, orders in Tampa at McDonald's. And a gentleman who will be watching the game, also calling it, called all their games, Dave Mishkin, joins us once again from Tampa. Dave, how you doing?
I'm good, Jason. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. The Lightning, they get all excited. They just get healthy. And boom, they get 2 more guys injured. It's been kind of a crazy, I saw Atkinson's out 5, Nick Paul missed 6, Kucherov was out for 2, Braden Point missed 1. Like, they haven't really been able to ice a healthy lineup very long. It looked like they did for a bit, but now Cirelli's doubtful. Took that brutal hit. It looked like his hip flexor or something. And then Cernak, he's out for sure. I guess the impressive part is, even with those injuries lately, the Lightning are still finding ways to win.
Well, I mean, this is life in the NHL. It's the rare team that kind of coasts through a regular season with only a little bit of a blip here and there as far as injuries are concerned. The Lightning have had, I would say, consistent injury issues. Knock on wood, they haven't really had a lot of players out at the same time. I think at one point the number was 3 and they were all forwards. So, to counter that, they've actually dressed 11 forwards and 7 defensemen for a number of games. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight because Cernak, a defenseman, is injured, and they did call up Steven Santini from the minors, but I would expect they're just going to slot in Atkinson, who was scratched in their last game Sunday in Vancouver, and Nick Perbix will come in. He didn't play in the game Sunday either. So look, they did have to go without Kucherov for a couple of games. Braden Point missed a handful of games earlier this year. Now it looks like Cirelli is out. These are significant players on the Lightning, but I think they've done a reasonably good job of kind of, patching the holes, so to speak, and figuring out a way to compensate for those guys not being in the lineup. If you're going to have success in the regular season in the NHL, you have to be able to not let injuries completely derail you.
Yeah, 100%, right? You got to have some organizational depth, and you know what? They've had other guys step up, and it's really bad timing for Anthony Cirelli. He's been on fire, 8 goals in the last 10 games, and really kind of a breakout offensive season for him. What have you seen different from Cirelli offensively this year?
Well, confidence. I mean, he's got some finish to his shots. And I mean, honestly, I always thought that, he was capable of putting up the kind of numbers he's put up in the first quarter plus of this regular season. He has been tasked for much of his career in the NHL in that kind of shadow shutdown role. And I don't know if, you're constantly seeing the other team's best line and lining up against the other team's best center, if you kind of prioritize that over offensive production. But I think you can have both. I mean, remember that great line in Boston with Bergeron, Marchand, and Pastrnak? They were the shutdown line. They were certainly capable of shutting down by making the other team play defense, right? So Cirelli, in particular with Hagel, they have been linked through much of the time that Hagel has been with the Lightning. He arrived at the deadline in 2022. They've often played on the same line. They are penalty kill partners. I wouldn't be surprised if for the Four Nations face-off, if you find them playing together quite a bit for Team Canada. And I think they have a lot of chemistry that has led to scoring opportunities for both of them. And Anthony this year has been finishing those. For what it's worth, he did go out on the ice today. So Coop referred to him as quote-unquote doubtful. But the fact that he practiced at least gives hope that this isn't going to be a long-term thing. But we'll have to wait and see.
Looking at their defense, and Cernak and McDonough have been, I was looking at their penalty kill minutes. They're clearly their top PK defending unit. Which defenseman do you see moving now? And because they kind of basically just used 2 units. I was looking for their defense, the minutes so far. Who do you see jumping in to fill the PK minutes for Cernak?
Well, the way they ran the D in practice yesterday, JJ Moser was paired with McDonough. Moser spent most of this year playing with Victor Hedman. Now, when the Lightning have gone 7 defensemen, that hasn't been locked in every single time out. They've all rotated. So Moser is a left-handed defenseman, and certainly over the last several years, I would say when the Lightning have had the chance, they like having their left-handed defenseman on the left and the right-handed defenseman on the right. But Moser has played a lot on the right this year, either with Hedman, presumably tonight with McDonough, and he does it very well. There are certain challenges, when you're playing your offside. There are certain advantages when you're playing your offside as well, especially on defense. But it has worked quite well for Moser and has worked quite well for the Lightning. So I would expect that Moser is going to kind of slot in where Cernak was, and maybe you'll see, Darren Radish has experience playing with Hedman going back to last year, and they've played together some this year. So that's probably how it's going to shake out. And then you'll have a third pair of Lilleberg and Perbix.
Okay. If Cirelli can't go, and I was looking at the lines on Daily Faceoff today, it definitely impacts their strength down the middle, no question. Obviously, their top, Nick Paul's still very good. What a steal that was from Ottawa, by the way. But you look at just, how much do you think that impacts? And I know they got Kucherov and Point back, and their top line with Gensel is elite. That'll be a great matchup versus McDavid's line tonight. But, the second line, Nick Paul and Hagel, likely up against Draisaitl, I would assume. But how much do you think it's going to hurt that? Obviously, it hurts some with Cirelli, but do you see them, if it's short term and not a big deal, but if it's long term, because it's not just his offense, you talked about his confidence, he's a really good two-way player. That's why he's on Team Canada, I think, because he could slot in as your 4th line center and not bat an eye as far as not knowing how to play that role.
No, of course. And, I don't know if Team Canada is going to use him and Hagel in a penalty kill role, but they're used in that role extensively with the Lightning. John Cooper is going to be the head coach of Team Canada. So, he does have a security blanket, if that's the right way of putting it, in terms, and maybe not even a security blanket. He's going to opt to make those guys part of the penalty kill unit for the Four Nations in February. As it relates to tonight's game, so you are projecting matchups. Of course, Chris Knobloch can set the matchups after whistles. I don't really think the Lightning go out of their way to shift matchups when they're the road team. If they win a face-off, they'll control the puck and quickly switch up, if they can. I mean, occasionally they do that, but they may have to just go with the matchups that Edmonton wants. Having said that, if Cirelli were healthy and the Lightning were the home team, I think they would want Cirelli's line against McDavid's line with McDonough and Chernak. They don't have that tonight. Chernak is out, presuming Cirelli doesn't play. Nick Paul will move to the middle, and he is a natural centerman. And they have some options to fill out the right wing position with Hagel on left wing. Mitchell Chafee spent the third period with those guys in the game on Sunday in Vancouver. That was after Cirelli got hurt. They had a very effective shift in the offensive zone that eventually led to a Vancouver penalty for too many men on the ice, and the Lightning scored in that ensuing power play to win the game. So it was a very significant shift that line had. So they could put him there. They could put Atkinson there too. He's played less in a top six role than Chafee has this year. So we'll see. But there's no question the Lightning are a better team overall with Anthony Cirelli in the lineup. There's no getting around that. So for Tampa Bay's sake, they hope that this is a short-term thing. For tonight, though, no matter who you throw out there, when you are trying to deal with McDavid and his line mates, two pretty good players, you have to expect that you're not going to be able to limit chances throughout the game. So you do the best you can, and you lean on your goaltender. Having said that, what are you trying to do when you're facing elite players on the other team? You try and make them play defense best you can. You try and have the puck in the offensive zone and make McDavid, make Hyman, make Draisaitl in the second line situation have to play without the puck. Way easier said than done, but that is certainly one way to go about it to alleviate pressure on yourself.
Dave Mishkin joins us. Dave, you look at that, Point and Kucherov and just, how they read off one another and really their power play formation and how it's changed and adapted with Stamkos leaving and really, hasn't missed a beat. But Braden Point has become more of a focal point as the finisher, which shouldn't surprise anyone. He scored 50 goals before, but kind of tell me about what you've seen in that transformation. And then I don't know if they struggled early because it's 37.9% here in their last 10 games. They're absolutely killing it.
Yeah, so they had basically the same power play setup. I mean, Cooper referred to it as a decade. I mean, a decade ago, Braden Point wasn't even in the NHL. So they basically kind of had much of the same format for quite some time. And certainly in the last few years, you're probably looking at 4 of the 5 were the same. You had Point, you had Kucherov, you had Stamkos, you had Hedman. Hedman's at the top of the umbrella. Kucherov's at the right circle, his offside. Stamkos was at the left circle, his offside, and Point was in that slot area of the bumper. And then the fifth guy, whether it was Alex Killorn, Nick Paul last year, now they have Gensel, who's kind of slotted in. Gensel is playing on this unit after the departure of Stamkos, of course. But that was kind of the setup. So Kucherov had the power play run through him, and, he could shoot. He could set up Point in a very dangerous area, and this is why Braden Point's been such a great power play producer. He's got 99 career power play goals coming into tonight's game, and he leads the NHL this year with 10 power play goals. They had that pass across to Stamkos, and sometimes it came from Hedman, and Stamkos obviously was very efficient and dangerous with the one-timer. Well, now you're pulling Stamkos out. So what do? Well, if you keep the rest of the setup the same, you could put a right-handed shot at that left circle to keep the one-timer open.
Right.
But really what the Lightning found was that the next best options were all lefties. Like, it was kind of Brandon Hagel slotted in. So if you're going to put a lefty at that left circle, you're taking away the one-timer. You open up other options, but you don't have that one-timer available from that side of the ice. So I think it took the Lightning probably a month to kind of get into a rhythm and to get into a formation that they liked. What has happened more recently, and they started getting better on the power play, but what has happened more recently is Braden Point now has moved to that spot where Stamkos has occupied for all these years. And Point could shoot for sure. He doesn't have the Stamkos threat of the one-timer, but what he can do is he can handle the puck. So if the penalty kill team is so hyper-focused on Kucherov, and Kucherov has the puck, then Kucherov has to make quick decisions and accurate decisions, or else plays are going to get disrupted. But when you switch the focal area to the other side of the ice, and Point has it, now Kucherov doesn't have the puck. and you have to be aware of the guy with the puck. You also have to be aware of Kucherov and what he is doing. And it hasn't just been that. That's been an element of it. I mean, they've scored power play goals in different ways. They've scored some off the rush, talking about in recent weeks. The winning goal that was scored against Vancouver was just basically a puck to the net, and they got a bounce, right? Like, it was a scramble play. It hit Gensel and went in. So I think what my main takeaway is, they have really talented players. So the power play was going to rebound, but also they are opening up different opportunities for themselves based on the talent that they have. And they find that they can score from different areas of the ice. Like, it can be a Hedman shot. It can be a Kucherov shot. It can be, moving it across the point at the other circle. It can be something to the net. And as you pointed out, the power play has really rebounded. I think they come into tonight's game overall this year at 26%, which tells you how hot it's been in the last month, because they were near the bottom of the league after the first few weeks of the regular season.
Dave, one last one. Looking at their goaltending, Vasilevsky, I know he's used to playing lots, but right now they're at like a 5-1 ratio. He started 21 games. Johansson's only started 4. And his numbers aren't great in those 4 games. How much is this talked about in Tampa Bay and their need maybe to get a backup who they can trust more to play more, so Vasilevsky doesn't have to play close to 65-plus games?
Yeah, so I think they have an idea of where they want Vasi to finish for regular season appearances. Part of that disparity is that the Lightning have had a very strange schedule in that they haven't had a lot of back-to-backs, first of all, where Johansson would get a start. And they've had 3 separate breaks already this season of 3 or more days with no game.
Yeah.
Now, one of those breaks happened at the start of the year. We had the hurricane, and a game against Carolina was postponed. It's going to be replayed in January. That gave them a 3-day break. They had a strange 6-day break in early November. It almost looked like one of the bye weeks that we've had in years past in the NHL, except no team has a bye week this year, except the Lightning got one. And then just recently, they had a 4-day break. So I think some of that has fed into them leaning on Vasilevsky more. Johansson, in my opinion, has played better than his numbers. The Lightning have been especially subpar defensively in front of him in 3 of his 4 starts. The last one, they played much better, and he won that game and only allowed 2 goals. They had an overtime win in Nashville on the day after American Thanksgiving. So I don't think it's really an issue of Johansson's performance. I think it has more to do with how the schedule is played out. And as the Lightning start to get into kind of a more consistent, busy stretch and more back-to-backs, you're going to see that ratio of, like Vasilevsky getting whatever it is, over 75% or whatever the ratio is at this point, like that's going to lower. I think that the gap is going to be less wide between them in terms of number of starts ratio. But there's no question that Vasi is probably going to end up, unless something unforeseen happens, in that 60 game played ratio or number where he usually finishes when he's had a full season and he's not coming back from a surgery like was the case last year.
Dave, enjoy the game tonight. Lots of talent. There's 16 100-point seasons between some of the between Point and Draisaitl and Kucherov and McDavid, and 5 50-goal seasons. So it should be a heck of a matchup tonight. Draisaitl tied for the league in goals. Point is 1 behind them. McDavid and Kucherov are tied in points, and I think they're second and third in points per game because obviously Tampa Bay's played fewer games, and Kucherov's missed a few, and McDavid's missed some. So this could be a stressful night for the defense on both sides. Should be fun.
Yeah. Well, they played 2 high-scoring games last year. I don't know if we're going to get a repeat tonight, but I am looking forward to it.
I hope so. That's Dave Mishkin joining us from Tampa Bay. So no Cernak for sure, and Cirelli is doubtful, which in hockey circles usually means not playing. So there you have it. We do have people wondering about Arvidsson. Arvidsson, I would guess at the earliest, you're probably thinking next week. He's not playing tonight. He's not playing Thursday. I guess the earliest I should recant that is very slim chance of Saturday afternoon. To me, he's got to have at least 2 good practices with the team before he can play. So we shall see. Maybe next week. The Oilers continue. They do have the 1-game road trip to Minnesota on Thursday, and then they'll finish out with 5 more home games before Christmas break. So we already got 4. We only got 3 spots left. If you want to get in 100 bones to enter the draw for a pair of seats, Sweet Seats, Lower Bowl, orders attack twice, orders in Tampa Bay. It's all for charity. And we are up to 1,700 on our package for Santa's Anonymous. I know it's going up because we always get face value. And we have a $2,500 gift certificate, courtesy of The Brick. You use it forever you like, whatever you want. Furniture, appliances. The one thing you won't spend it on is a big screen TV. Why? Because not only do you get a $2,500 gift card from The Brick, you're always also getting a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. It's got fantastic picture quality with super fast refresh rate with the 120 hertz. Okay, so 833-401-1440 if you want in on the Brick package, or if you want to make the $100 donation to the draw, send in your name. We can tell you where to go. We only have 3 of those left. 833-401-1440.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with Score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Let's rock. Edmonton's biggest New Year's Eve party is at On the Rocks.
Featuring Edmonton's #1 party band,
The Barkels. Get ready to dance the night away as we ring in 2025 in style at OTR.
Tickets include a 3-course meal, party favors, and bubbly at midnight.
This party sells out every year.
Oh, and if you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight, Marco is always available.
OTR's New Year's Eve party.
Tickets at ontherockYEG.com.
Black Friday continues at The Brick. Hurry in and save up to $3,000 on big screen TVs. Plus, save up to 65% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Save up to 40% off mattresses and up to 25% off bedroom, dining, and home entertainment furniture. Plus, the more you buy, the more you save, with up to $300 off select brand name major kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Mr. Rooter decorates a gingerbread house.
Wow. What did you do here, Mr. Rooter?
Well, we've got a Jube Jube toilet, complete with an icing-based wax seal. The main water line is licorice, red for hot, black for cold. You got your standard marshmallow hot water tank and a candy cane sewer line. And on the outside, candy corn hose pips. Disgusting, but they get the job done.
To have your Yule clogs fixed, trust one plumber, Mr. Rooter.
Actions speak louder than words. Japa Machinery Group puts your construction plan into action with XCMG construction machinery you need. Available for rental or sale. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
Didn't get a holiday bonus? At Wolf GMC Buick, we have the bonus you need. Get 0% financing on our most popular trucks like the Sierra half-ton crew cab during GMC's Canada-wide clearance. Or select up to $8,500 on a number of Sierras. If you're looking for heavy duty, we have that too. Get GMC employee pricing on our Sierra HDs, Yukons, and the all-new GMC Hummer EV. And seeing it's the holidays, a $500 bonus on select 2024 and 2025 models. But when the holidays are done, so are these deals. Get to Wolf GMC Buick today.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass. Looking at the Alberta weather forecast, wild, unpredictable, brutally tough.
When the weather turns tough, Titan Supply doesn't back down. Titan Supply's been protecting workers from conditions like this for 50 years. We stand tall with you against the elements with the industry's best rigging, hauling, and lifting products to get you home safe. Tire chains, wire rope, round slings, chain slings, and a whole lot more. Titan Supply in Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary. Online at titansupply.ca. Lift, dig, haul.
Holiday get-togethers. They're always full of welcome smiles and that genuine comfort of being in a room full of people who care about you. It's the same feeling you'll find when you walk into family-owned Nisku Ford. Swing by and we'll show you how easy wrapping up a new Ford for your family can be with rebates of up to $9,000 or access to finance rates as low as 0%. Add a visit to Nisku Ford to your holiday get-togethers or visit niskuford.ca today. Above expectations.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantork.com.
Kickoff. It's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
To 247. Turn my microphone on. That would help. Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. How you doing? It's game day, Tuesday evening. Oilers, Tampa Bay, man. I can't wait for this game tonight. There's just certain games in the schedule where you're like, all right, I think I'm going to be entertained. And as I mentioned, it when you look at Point, Kucherov, McDavid, and Draisaitl, you got 5 combined 50-goal seasons, 16 combined 100-point seasons. And how about this for tonight? Something that has not happened in an NHL game since January 27th, 1997. Sorry, January 25th, 1997. Cons, any guesses on what happened January 1997 that hasn't happened until tonight?
Something to do with a whole lot of talent being on the ice?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's a very general statement.
I was getting ready for a test in grade 2. I don't know.
What are you, Cliff Clavin here? What is people who haven't been in my kitchen? Technically, it's correct, but it's not what we were looking for. Back in January of 1997, Wayne Gretzky was a member of the New York Rangers. They were facing off against the Pittsburgh Penguins, who had Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr. Now, the Rangers won the game 7-4. Gretzky had 3 apples. Lemieux and Jagr were shut out. But what was unique about that game was that was the last game where you had 3 players in the game who had won the previous 8 scoring titles in the National Hockey League. Now, Kucherov, Draisaitl, McDavid have won the last 8 Art Ross trophies. McDavid won it in 17 and 18. Kucherov won it in 19. Draisaitl won it in 20. McDavid won it in 21, 22, and 23. And Kucherov won it in 24. Would anybody be surprised if one of those 3 win it again in 2025? Probably not. Now, they got a long ways to go to tie the record that Lemieux, Gretzky, and Jagr had, where the 3 of them won the scoring title for 21 consecutive seasons. Now, Gretzky, of course, won the first 8 from 1981 to 1987. Then Lemieux won it in 88 and 89. Then Gretzky won it in 90 and 91. Lemieux won it in 92 and 93. Gretzky won it again in 94. Then this long-haired youngster came along, Jaromir Jagr. He won it in 95. Lemieux won it again in 96, 97. And then Jagr won it in 98, 99, 2000, and 2001. So, rather impressive stretch where if you weren't Lemieux, Jagr, or Gretzky, you weren't getting your name on the Art Ross. It's crazy. And it's kind of where you're in right now. Kucherov and McDavid are both 5 points back of Kaprizov and Netchis. They've played fewer games than both. Actually, Kucherov has the second highest points per game at 1.61. McDavid's at 1.57. And Draisaitl's right behind both of them. He's at 36 points. So they're all within 6 points of the scoring leaders right now with over 50 games to go. Anybody going to tell me they're surprised if one of them wins it? I wouldn't be. And that would make it 9 in a row. So a good little run. Just shows you that there's some. Then you throw in Braden Point, who is in the last 2.5 years, Point's got the third most goals. Draisaitl's right behind him, fourth most. Point can play. He's on a run right now. He has 10 goals in his last 9 games, including 16 points. Draisaitl is tied for the league lead in goals with 19. Braden Point has 18. So I'm telling you, you want to go to the game tonight, there is a lot of skill on the ice tonight. And we have 2 spots left in the draw for the tickets. It's a 100 bone donation, and then we'll do the draw, and somebody's going to win. So you'll go to the game for 100 bones tonight, which is a really good deal. I like it. 833-401-1440 if you want one of those 2 final spots to give yourself a chance to go to the game tonight. We might even have a second pair of tickets, which means it just improves your odds. Okay. Second pair is not as good as the first pair, so the first person out, they will get to pick their tickets. But we'll have 2 pairs, Cons. How about that? I like it. So there you go. Now you got your odds are even better to go to the game tonight. Let's get to the oil report brought to you by Volvo Cars Edmonton, Canada's #1 Volvo dealership, 13-time Excellence Award winner in sales and in service. And right now you can lease a 2024 XC90 for only 0%. Can't get any better. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. And we'll get to some thoughts from the head coach. And just, does he think, when you look at the talent and you look at recent history, does this just feel like a game that's going to be high scoring?
I think our last 2 games have been quite high scoring. My experience against Tampa and just the way things have worked out. Obviously, we've got some offensive players; they do too. And for fans' standpoint, it's a great to see all the high quality players on the ice.
Yeah, of course, man. You're gonna get good bang for your buck tonight, I would think. Evander Kane. Here we are in December. Could we see Evander Kane before February? Knobloch just talked about Kane, and when you're out that long, at what point, like when do you integrate him back around the team? How much around the team is he?
He's got a schedule that he comes in on certain days, and he's getting treatment, whether we're on the road or we're at home. He's coming in several times a week and getting that treatment, and that's about it.
So it doesn't sound like he's around the team, and normally aren't. Like, I've talked to lots of players. What sucks maybe the most at times about being injured is not only do you not get to play, you don't really feel part of the team, because most teams don't travel injured guys on the road. Now, Hyman did go on that one road trip because he wanted to skate and it was getting closer. He came back and he played. So when you're really close to playing, there's a chance. But usually you don't travel with the team. And you're skating at different times, sometimes an hour or 2 before the rest of the team is. So you're in getting treatment or rehab afterwards, or they're in meetings. Like, you don't normally sit in on meetings or anything. It can be a lonely time for some players. Now, one guy who was new in Edmonton this year came in, only 30 games NHL experience, and he's now got 55. He's also now on the Oilers' #1 penalty kill unit. Since November 1st, nobody has played more penalty kill minutes than Ty Emberson. He's only been on the ice for 1 goal against on the penalty kill. He's also was on for the one shorty they scored from Darnell Nurse. So he's even player playing the most minutes on the penalty kill. No surprise, the Oilers' penalty kill has gotten a lot better. And Knobloch talked about what area of Emberson's game has he seen the biggest growth this year?
Ty's played fairly well. right from the beginning. I know it takes a while for a player to get familiar with his surroundings, whether it's his teammates, it's the coaches, the system, just knowing where he fits in and what's expected of him. We've relied on him a lot more on the penalty kill. So I know he's been a factor on our team success a lot more lately just because of that penalty kill minutes have gone up. But overall, a guy who skates extremely well. He's a defender first and, makes a pretty good first pass. He's not going to beat somebody one-on-one. He's not a guy that we're thinking about moving on to the power play. That's never been his role, never has. But just somebody that's been solid and, it gets out a lot of trouble just with his legs. He's a really good skater.
You know what? For a guy who's only got 55 NHL games, I think he's shown a lot of experience so far this year. Good growth in his game overall for Ty Emerson, and that's obviously important. Zach Hyman back in, and since he's come in, 3 goals in 2 games. He was asked, though, hey, they obviously want to focus on scoring, but it's not often you go up against an opposing top line that's as dangerous as Kucherov, Point, and Gensel. So how's that challenge work when the other line is as dangerous as you are offensively?
For sure. Yeah. Anytime you play against a team that's got a ton of skill and players that are playing really well, it's always a fun challenge. So if we're playing against that number 1 line, then that'll be a great challenge for our line and for our team as a group.
Well, I would expect they're going to play a fair amount. Although, if there's one line that you're going to be very comfortable with playing against the other team's top lines, how about this number from Adam Henrique that I uncovered, courtesy of our friends at puckiq.com. I love that site, by the way. Because it breaks down, who they're playing against and such. Because, when you got more information available, you can break down and look at things. So, since November 1st, Adam Henrique, as I mentioned earlier, he's outscored the opposing teams 10-3, 5-on-5. It's pretty good. He's played 200 minutes, 5-on-5. He's played just close to 30% of his minutes. I think it's 69, 68 against elite competition. So that's considered mainly the other team's top lines. And guess what? He's outscored the opposition 5-0 against elite talent. Adam Henrique is a very smart player. He does so many little things that I think in the game go unnoticed. Yes, his production isn't where you want to be. He'd be the first guy to tell you that. He wants to have more than 2 goals at this stage of the season. Hello, Captain Obvious. We all know that. But when you aren't scoring, if you're doing all the other stuff, you can live with it. And since November 1st, he has been very good defensively. Doesn't matter who he plays against. So if I'm Chris Knobloch tonight, Draisaitl, his defensive game's off the charts. Like, look at the numbers. It's been great. Adam Henrique since November, no problem. McDavid, I'm never scared to play McDavid against the other team's top line. So you have some options. And without Cirelli, right, like Nick Paul, good player. He's not Cirelli. Definitely not Cirelli offensively. So that second line with Paul and Hagel now isn't as dangerous as they normally would be. So I think Edmonton, there's an advantage. Can they take advantage of it? But go look at Leon Draisaitl's numbers this year. I'm telling you, I wrote about it after 20 games. Leon Draisaitl should be considered for the Selke. Just go look at his numbers. If you and you can break down everything, right? Like it's the most reputation award I think there is when people vote on it. It's like, wow, Barkov, you know what? Hey, Barkov's great, so he automatically has to win. Well, is he great though this year in that role? He's good, but is he great? And that becomes a question. And when him and Reinhart are on the same line and their numbers are that good, how does that work? Right? Which one is driving their defensive play? They still might win. They still might be deserving of it. All I know is that at the quarter mark of the season, Draisaitl was in the conversation, and we'll follow those numbers. I haven't seen him take any sort of step back yet, and we'll see if he does. We have one spot remaining for the tickets. I think. Well, no. Let me double check. We'll go with the. I think we might got 7. We'll see. So there you go. And as I mentioned, we're at a steal right now on our auction item today, courtesy of the Brick. It's only at $1,700. It's a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch 4K high-def smart TV, Samsung, courtesy of the Brick. Fantastic package, which we're not even halfway to face value. It's early, but hey, you can use a gift card in whatever you like. Maybe you want a great gift for your honey. You've been talking about wanting to refurnish some stuff. Well, here you go. Perfect. Let's get to the con man. Sports 1440 update brought to you by the Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is on now at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca. And Little Birdie told me all the GMC guys are in town. Con's true little fun story about GMC. They had their big, they had to bring their big meeting of all their dealerships because so many of them are Oilers fans. When they did in Vancouver, the game wasn't attended as well. So they moved it to Edmonton because they know they'll all have their big meetings, but then I'll go to the game. So no surprise. They're Oilers fans at Alberta GMC.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day, the Oilers in action tonight, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop in this one just after 7 o'clock. We got pregame coverage with Andrew Walker and Donovan Paulson getting going at 6 right here on Sports 1440. Elsewhere, cracking on the Panthers. Thatcher Demko returns to the Canucks lineup as the Canucks hosting the Blues just after 8 o'clock. The Wild head to Salt Lake City, taking on the Hockey Club. Jets, Bruins, Flames, Preds. Islanders host the Kings, the Flyers in Columbus. Hurricanes host the Sharks, Avs on the Penguins, and it's the Devils up against the Toronto Maple Leafs. In the association tonight, the NBA Cup quarterfinals continue. Bucks host the Magic at 5 o'clock. Then at 7:30, it's the Mavs taking on the OKC Thunder. At the 2024 Junior A World Challenge, Canada takes on each other. Canada East versus Canada West at 7:30. At 3 o'clock today, the United States up against Sweden. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we will be joined by former NHLer and our co-host, Terry Ryan, also Dave McCarthy of SiriusXM NHL. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Yeah, it's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Weather forecast? Ugh. Savings forecast? Cha-ching. Save up to $225 on a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 at Fountain Tire until December 14th. Restrictions apply. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNuggets, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
For half a century, that's 50 years, GS Construction has been building the foundation of Edmonton and the surrounding area's infrastructure. But let's make one thing clear. This milestone would never be achieved without the dedication of our incredible team. Together, we've built the underground infrastructure that keeps things running smoothly, from the existing to the new underground systems. It's 50 years of hard work the team has put in to make it all possible. Here's to another 50 years. For more on our team and our work, visit gsconstruction.ca.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Edmonton Oil Kings superhero.
Mighty's Heroes, your Oil Kings go toe-to-toe with the Swift Current Broncos.
Fans are encouraged to come dressed up as your superhero of choice.
Your favorite superheroes on the concourse during the game for the ultimate selfie. Plus, at every home game, score Calmont Kids Food combos for $10 or less.
Family fun that's second to none. Oil Kings v Broncos.
7 p.m. Saturday. Great family entertainment at Rogers Place starts at just $20 a seat. Save on day of game pricing now at oilkings.ca.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of stormwater facilities.
While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerous. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
A mullet for Marvin, a bowl cut for Barry, a pompadour for Peter, who's now really quite hairy. After this Christmas, all the men wish they could get some hair restoration from Dr. Vance Elliott.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. While you're Christmas shopping, consider giving yourself the greatest gift of all, a full natural head of hair. I know the results will be life-changing. Want to make this the year you get your mojo back? Book a free first consultation today at drvanceelliott.com.
Hey, it's Scott from Strudwick and St. Albert Dodge. It's the holiday season, and we have some holiday specials that are better than getting new socks. We have 0% financing on almost all new models. We have the all-new Jeep Compass, nicely equipped, starting under 35 grand. And we have holiday cashback, up to 10,000 bucks. That's right, buy a new vehicle from us and get up to 10,000 cash to deal with other holiday expenses. Our friendly, highly rated staff are standing by, ready to show you what we can do to put some cheer into your holidays. Only at St. Albert and Sherwood Dodge.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Culligan. For all your residential water needs, your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles, Culligan.com.
Tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley on a lovely Tuesday afternoon on Sports 1440. Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Sports1440.ca. On the app, iHeartRadio, Radio Player, and of course, Stingray. Thanks for listening, watching, streaming the show. We love it. Very much appreciated. As always, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, where it's Tuesday. Get in the game. $40 million up for grabs in Lotto Max tonight at PlayAlberta.ca. They're the only one-stop shop for lottery, sports, and casino at PlayAlberta.ca. I am Jason Gregor alongside Connor Halley. We'll continue on with our month of giving today. We've had a great start to the month, by the way, and we're on pace. We're going to be over $1.5 million when this year is said and done, which is fantastic enough. So thank you very much. Thanks for all the companies who always donate and everybody who pitches in. It's fantastic. It's a lot of work to organize it, but it's definitely worth it, and you can help out. And today we got another great package courtesy of the Brick, which right now is at a bargain at $1,900. Doug came in at $1,900. And it's a $2,500 gift card plus a 75-inch high definition smart TV. It's a Samsung, and it is, as they say, beautiful. It's the Samsung QLED 4K smart TV, in case you want the specifics on it. And it'll look great in your house. In your, we call it the Brick Fan Package. So if you're looking to update your fan cave, an opportunity to do it and to help out Santa's Anonymous, who could really help it. That just gives kids the opportunity to open up a gift at Christmas. And you think about how valuable and how important that is for those young kids, puts a smile on their face. You'll be helping out a lot of them. So let's get this. We always like at least face value in the month of giving. And we're obviously well under at 1,900, but hey, we got a lot of time left. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. As we welcome to the show former NHLer Edmonton when the Montreal Canadiens took him. Of course, a two-time author, stars as Hitch and Shoresy, and is doing a few other films right now. Terry Ryan joins us. TR, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
I'm just relaxing. I got a month now to myself after, well, outside of the regular work, just without traveling, I suppose. So it's the first straight 3 weeks that I've had since my birthday last year. So it's a nice, welcome little break.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good. Lots going on. The Edmonton Oilers are rolling. Tampa Bay is rolling, although they got two serious injuries that happened in Vancouver. Sternak's out. Cirelli's unlikely to play. But I want to get your thoughts, TR. Like, obviously, we've talked a lot about McDavid and Draisaitl, and rightfully so. They've been great. Hyman comes back. He's got 3 goals, which the only people who are surprised at Hyman scoring again are the brass for Hockey Canada, 4 Nations, because I'm still absolutely befuddled as to how he's not on the team. There's no data that makes any sense to it. But Adam Henrique's game, since November 1st, 5-on-5, they've outscored the opponents 10-3. He has only been on the ice for 1 goal against on the penalty kill since November 1st. And when he plays against elite competition, he's outscored them 5-0, 5-on-5. Like, he has been dynamic despite not giving the offense that he would normally like to do.
Yeah, and I think he does a lot of it quietly, but he's a fantastic defensive player. It's one of the reasons that the Oilers picked him up. And, like I said, he's underrated, but I think that element of the game is often underrated. When you're on the bench and you're actually playing the game, for me, someone making a good defensive play, a spectacular would be just a massive, often momentum change in the game, like a big hit or something. But the little things really do give a team momentum, and to see somebody out there giving it their all, I mean, they should anyway. It's the NHL, but there's only so much energy, and a lot of guys cheat, and that's the way the game is played. A lot of guys are supposed to cheat. That's the way it goes. Mistakes come from somewhere. You often risk that offense versus defense, especially when your instinct coming to the league a lot of the time as an NHLer is to be a scorer. But Henrique, to me, even when he's not scoring, he's still doing a lot of the little things right, especially defensively. And to get back to Hyman, I think the same thing about Zach, though. I could get into it. It's not what you asked, but I was surprised as you were, because he does so many other things, and it's just, to me, Zach Hyman's one of the best forecheckers in the league. I know you didn't ask that, but if everything else being equal, I guess the only data, like you said, you can't look at anything. You can really only look at the beginning of this year, a really, really small sample size for someone that went to Game 7 and, everything else with the 54, whatever goals the last few years. I think he's proved that with or without a superstar, he's a fantastic player. I mean, he might get 50-odd goals with Connor, but I don't think that, other than the beginning of this year, I mean, everybody gets in a slump. I don't think he's a 10-goal scorer. I think he's a great player. That's one of the best forecheckers in the league, and he oozes Canadian hockey, and that's why I was really surprised. If we want to keep our style and not go out of our way doing it, I think Zach Hyman was a perfect fit.
Yeah, looking at Henrique, and then Darnell Nurse's game, TR, since November 1st, man, he's been on the ice for 2 goals against 5-on-5. 2.
Yeah.
In almost a month and a half here. And, he's averaging 18-28 per game, 5-on-5. Bouchard and Ekholm are at 18-38, like 10 seconds different per game. Right now, Nurse missed 3 games, so that's why they have a few more minutes. But, those guys play pretty much together all the time. Nurse is kind of splitting duties with Stetcher and Kulak, and it doesn't matter who he plays with. They're not getting scored on. What have you seen in Nurse's game here for the last 6 weeks that really kind of piques your interest or maybe impresses you?
Well, I mean, he's playing with confidence, but I got to ask Struddy this, actually, because, I mean, this is a little tiny thing to notice. But again, I'm most of the time watching the games late at night here in St. John's, Newfoundland, man. And I'm trying to figure out some trends, what players, because he's a really up and down player. I mean, there's been all kinds of reasons to focus on his game in the last couple of years. And some are extremely good and some have been extremely bad. But I don't know if it's a chicken or egg thing, what comes first, but he's talking way more. Like, he's really communicating in his own end. And usually you don't, I mean, all over, but I notice it, when you're talking with the goalie or your D partners or you're on the penalty kill, and he's pointing and he's being a leader out there. Not that he wasn't. He's communicating a lot. Now, I don't know if that just comes with having confidence. Sometimes, you have confidence, so you're just subconsciously taking control out there in one way or another. And when you're really, really comfortable, I find, at least for me, you're probably out there chirping with your players, chirping, but I mean communicating. Maybe a little bit more. Now, I don't know if that was a conscious decision or it's just a result of him playing better. Now, it's always in him to play better. I mean, they signed him for a reason to that massive contract years ago, because this is what you want, and this was always possible. And I think more often than not, he's played, way, way above average. It's just that sometimes the defensive, the last couple of years especially, mistakes have been glaring, but I think that can get I think that can get overrated at times, and I think he's always been a great defenseman. Just right now, he seems to be playing with oodles of confidence. And who knows, of everything that happened in the last year for Cody Ceci and for Darnell Nurse back there, they took a lot of crap, right? Like they really did at different times of the year. So that also makes you a better player. That builds character. As we see him, we're just seeing a great player evolve. I really think so. I mean, there's obviously more to it, but I'm just telling you what I see. I can't speak for what goes on in the room, but I just see a real confident player that, like Struds often says, do what you're good at. And he's not playing outside of himself. Remember last year, towards the beginning of the year, I still won't forget it because it was awful. It was an awful offensive play. Remember he like pinched and it was a 4-on-1 and it came back the other way. It was right at the bottom of their grief. It might have been like an 8 of the 10 game losing streak, whatever they were on. And I remember like he pinched and it was just so out of character. And like Strud said, like that's not him. Like do what are you good at? Why are you here? Why did they sign you? And you being Nurse, he's one of the better defensemen in the league, and especially when he plays defensively responsible, he doesn't try too much and with a bit of a mean streak. So, I mean, all those things are happening at once. I can't say it's a fluke, but it's definitely a pleasure to watch.
Jason Gregor, Terry Ryan with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook. Oilers hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight. Tiara, what did you make of the Trouba trade? And, some people like, you know what, New York, how it went down. Hey, he doesn't have a no movement clause. Hey, he had no movement clause. He was able to say, no, I'm not getting traded. Once that's off, well, now in the business side, the Rangers can say, hey, we'll put you on waivers if you don't want to accept the trade somewhere. So maybe look at some places and away we go. Some people say it's bad business, but that's why you have a no movement clause, and that's why you have a limited no trade clause, right? Like when you sign it, that's a possibility. What do you make of how everything unfolded?
Oh yeah, I wasn't taken aback. I think maybe the players might try to do something to prevent that in the next agreement. But that's the price of doing it. I mean, it happens the other way around too, right? I mean, there's a couple of young players this year that well, I'm not going to camp and I'd like you to trade me immediately, like those kind of things. I mean, that going in. And for me, and I know there's a wife and kids involved, and I didn't play in the NHL with a wife and kids, so I can't speak to it from firsthand experience. But for me, just hearing those echoes that they want you gone, it got out in the summer, and then it got out again a few weeks ago. I wouldn't want anything to do with it. I would want to get as far away from there as possible if I was Trouba, and that's exactly what's happening. Now, at first, when I first heard it, I'm like, well, and from the Rangers' point of view, they've been talking about it. Clearly, they wanted to shake up. They got rid of a huge contract. I think I think for Anaheim, there is some value there in that, they've got the space. They could use a veteran, and, he's known for playing physical. I think some of those guys seems like they're in a bit of a country club. So looking at it a second time, I think it makes a lot more sense. At first, I'm like, because I think he can go to a contender. I do. I think that I don't think Jacob Trouba is washed up like people talk about. He's not in his late 30s or anything, but I do see a fit. I see why Anaheim wanted him, and if I'm Anaheim, the main focus for me would probably get those young guys on. Either way, you either blow it up soon, or like some of these young players came in as ultra talented that are way underachieving, and it can't hurt to have an NHL veteran who's been through the playoffs, who's been playing in a major city with so much pressure, wearing the C, all of those things he takes there. And I think that's only going to be a beneficial thing for himself now and his family. He's outside of that headache, and for the players around him, I think will learn a lot.
Quick break. We'll come back. Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM will join us. Cons, I can't even follow along. Where are we at now on the auction item?
The brick package now up to $27.50 from Pips.
Now we're rocking and rolling. Okay, so still not at face value, but hey, at least we've covered off the GC. That's nice. So that's $2,500, and you have a 75-inch big screen TV. It's the Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. Maybe you want to watch an episode of Shoresy. Could do that, and because they got the fantastic picture quality with super fast refresh rate. Very important. So there's that, and the $2,500 GC for you to use whatever you like. At the Brick, it's all for Santa's Anonymous. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 in our UL inbox.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
At On the Rocks, everyone's on the nice list this December. Even you, Sierra. We saw you shaking your ass on the dance floor.
Until December 31st, purchase $100 worth of gift cards at OTR and get a bonus $20 GC for free.
That's like 10 free hot dogs on Mondays.
Or 10 free tacos on Taco Tuesday.
How about 30 free wings on Wednesdays?
Or even 4 free drinks during happy hour.
However you divide it up, it's $20 free at On the Rocks. Calm down, Sierra.
On the Rocks, Jasper Ave and 118.
Bringing every project to life requires the right team. By joining the Japa Machinery Group service or sales teams, you can be part of setting a new industry standard. Celebrating a legacy of excellence with Japa. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
Noodle, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, oodle, noodle, nood. Noodle, noodle, nood, 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 oodle, noodle, nood, oodle, nood, oodle, nood. Noodle, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, noodle, nood, oodle, noodle, nood. Noodle, noodle, nood, 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 oodle, noodle, nood.
Throw a load down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open.
When interest rates are low, that's a good time to buy a vehicle. And 0% means it's a great time to buy. Right now, St. Albert Dodge can set you up with 0% financing on hundreds of vehicles. Virtually all new 2024 models. Jeep Compass, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and Wagoneer. 0%. Dodge Durango and Hornet. 0%. Ram 1500, 2500, and 3500 trucks, all as low as 0%. Why pay interest? Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Need a solid foundation without the fuss? Richard and Kalina at DCL Pile Driving have your back. Locally owned, they offer straight, driven piles. No screwing around. Serving all of Alberta, DCL Pile Driving gets your foundation ready in hours with minimal ground disturbance. Perfect for tight spaces, whether it's for a deck, grain bins, or RTMs. Tell them the radio sent you and receive a special discounted rate. Call or text 587-322-PILE. DCL Pile Driving. Don't get screwed. Get piles driven.
Yes, I'd like a double Schwab, please.
Excuse me?
And upsize the Schwabs.
Sir,
Can I get a diet Schwab with that?
please pull around, sir.
It's get the truck out of here at Schwab's. Right now, get a 2024 GMC or Chevy 1500 Crew Cab loaded with extras for just $54,995, or a 2024 GMC 1500 Crew Cab Elevation starting at $56,900. Plus, save up to $17,000 on the Sierra Denali and Chevy High Country. Satisfy that craving at Schwab Chevrolet Buick GMC in Leduc.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. The team in Old Strathcona have special training dedicated to reducing the impact of cancer care before, during, and after your diagnosis. From lymphedema to the management of fatigue and side effects of chemotherapy and radiation, they can help. Learn more at leadingedgephysio.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$3:26. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. It is the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca, baby. 40 mil up for grabs tonight. Lotto Max. Get your tickets at Alberta's only regulated online gambling website, PlayAlberta.ca. Good luck. Just remember the deal. If you win, you invite us to the party. And if we win, we'll have multiple parties so all of you can come. I think that's a fair trade-off, Cons? It's always a fair trade-off. So, Connor Halley, he might even hand out like Charger hats for everybody in attendance if he won. I could see that. He would just, hey, you know what? I'll buy your fandom. No problem, Cons?
Jerseys even.
Oh,
yeah.
Geez, now you're real serious, eh?
Yeah,
Jeez,
absolutely. The next young crop of Chargers greats, Lad McConkey and Dion Henley.
McConkey better get back in. A lot of people need him for their fantasy playoffs.
Yeah. I think he'll be good to go. I think he was close on Sunday night.
All right. Okay. Well, we hope so. Let's get to our big guest of the day, brought to you by Silent Rides Charter Company, one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies with state-of-the-art motor coaches that will safely take you or your group to your next destination. Book your ride today at silentrides.ca. I'm Jason Gregor. We got Terry Ryan with us as we welcome in Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM. Davey, look at you and TR, almost like matching hats today on a Tuesday. I didn't get the memo. I got a few of those at home. I got a wore one.
Yeah, we pick up each other's vibes from halfway across the country. It's becoming symbiotic. It's just he's doing his thing in Ontario, usually in his backyard, and I'm over here in Newfoundland just picking up the vibes, baby.
Yeah, man. Like I saw you tag me in your Instagram story earlier today. So which doesn't happen very often. So I'm like, what is this? And I saw you were getting ready at your notes there. And I guess it was at that point we communicated telepathically.
You've got it.
David, lots going on in the NHL. We got a few trades. You got the goalie trade, Blackwood going to Colorado. Georgiev is now a member of the San Jose Sharks, as is Kovalenko. You look at Mike Greer. He basically turned Blackwood, who he gave up a sixth, into Georgiev and Kovalenko and 2 draft picks. That's actually pretty good asset management when you look at it.
It's pretty good asset management. And I got to say, because they play in San Jose, maybe not so bad for you guys out in Edmonton, but certainly for us here on the East Coast, a lot of times when a team is good on the West Coast, it takes a while before they come to your desk. When a team is bad on the West Coast, they might as well play on the moon. Like you forget about them. But San Jose has done a really good job in a relatively short period of time of starting to turn things over. Don't forget that they acquired Yaroslav Askarov in the offseason as well, a guy that's highly touted and expected to come in and take on legitimate minutes sooner than later between the pipes for San Jose. So an Askarov-Georgiev tandem, it's not terrible. Especially if Askarov reaches the ceiling that a lot of people suggest he's going to be capable of reaching. Add into that, as you mentioned, another prospect, couple draft picks. Macklin Celebrini, Will Smith have hit the ground running. This is a really interesting team all of a sudden. And, we always talk about it. Just because you make the statement and the claim, okay, we're going to go into a rebuild, it's never a guarantee that you come out on the other side in a reasonable amount of time with a great team. Sometimes it doesn't work. Look in Buffalo. They're rebuilding on the rebuild of the rebuild. San Jose, on the other hand, looks like, I try not to make, but it's true. They haven't made the playoffs in a baker's dozen amount of years. But in San Jose, it looks like, not this year, obviously, but you can see light at the end of the tunnel. And maybe they'll be able to hit on this rebuild and turn themselves into a relatively competitive team in a short period of time. Because here's the other good thing. The Pacific Division, it's not that good. It's really not that good, I don't think. So I think there will be an easier path to move up that division than, for instance, in the Atlantic Division, where if you're going to get into the playoffs, you got to find a way to beat Florida, Boston, Tampa, or Toronto. If you're Buffalo, Detroit, Ottawa, or Montreal, and that's a difficult thing to do right now.
Yeah, and that's valid. I look at the 16 playoff spots today, and I could make a strong argument that all those 16 teams are going to make the playoffs, and we might not. The only playoff race we'll have is seeding races than actual playoffs, because I can't convince myself that the Rangers are this bad. I know they're in a funk, but I think they'll wake up from it at some point. Tampa Bay, they look closer to the bottom only because they played the fewest games in the National Hockey League at 25. And, their 600 points percentage. All these teams that are chasing that look close are only 500. I don't think Pittsburgh or Columbus or any of them are really that good. It just looks closer because of the games played factor. And like, where do you sit on the Rangers right now? Are you like me, where you're like, oh, they'll figure it out, or are you concerned about them?
I'm starting to get a little concerned because it's getting to the point now where it's not just a 4 or 5 game run. Like, they haven't been good in over 10 games now. And you lose 2-1 to Chicago. Like, holy cow. That should be one of those games on, like, I get good teams lose to bad teams all the time. You don't have to tell me about that in Toronto. The Leafs have made a cottage industry out of losing to lousy teams early in seasons for many years now. Including Chicago in years past. But when you're trying to get out of a funk, a team like Chicago on your schedule should be like the free spot on the bingo card. And you should really use that game to take advantage of it and get yourself back into the right frame of mind. They haven't been playing well enough in New York, boys, for them to say, what are you going to do? It's an 82-game season. Sometimes you just don't have it, and you lose to a lousy team. That works when you've won 8 of your last 10, not lost 8 of your last 10. So I'm getting concerned, man. I really am. But in saying that, you look below them in the standings, and I just don't see a team that is one that I'm really excited about being able to sustain long enough over the final 50 games or so, less than that, to bump them out of a playoff spot. Islanders, Flyers, Pittsburgh, Columbus. Like, I could see all of those teams, being good for 5 games, winning like 3 or 4 out of 5, but then turning around and losing 5 of their next 6. I don't see any of those teams being able to string a consistent amount of wins together over the final however many games they have left. To bump the Rangers, because I think the Rangers are a team that are going to be able to play, just over 500 hockey over the duration of the season. So, like, concerned in that if they get in, I don't see them as a contender right now at all. But I'm not ready to write the Rangers out of a playoff spot yet either.
Speaking of the Rangers, Dave, what'd you think of the trade with Anaheim?
Well, Jacob Trouba is a player that I like. Problem is, I think, to quote Roberto Luongo from years gone by, his contract sucks. Not for him. Likes going to the bank every 2 weeks. But in a cap world, you'd love the guy if he was like Jake McCabe in Toronto and getting paid 4 at 8. Tell you what, if Jake McCabe made 8 in Toronto, people wouldn't be liking him all that much. Because when you make 8, you got to have some numbers behind your name beyond just playing sound defensively and being an imposing physical presence, because you can get that for less, right? You can get that for 4, not 8. And so when you're in a window to win and every dollar and cent matters, when there's that much of a dramatic overpay, that's when things can start to turn on you, especially when the team itself isn't playing very well. And then you take a lot of the brunt of the criticism. I wasn't thrilled how it went down in terms of the actual dynamics of the trade. I think the way they went about it, essentially cutting their captain off at the knees in the offseason, it made a lot of sense. And he admitted over the last couple of days that it became difficult to try to lead when it was readily apparent that they were trying to ship him out of town. It's just a really, really awkward dynamic. But I think, him heading to Anaheim, I think he'll play well. And Gregor, I know you and I talked about this on the brunch, and I totally am with you on this. If he is willing to be traded, I think that's a guy that would have a lot of value come trade deadline time, either this year or next year. Like maybe even this year, you get him for 2 playoff runs, and they eat 50%. Jacob Trouba 4 for 2 years. I think there's a lot of teams that would love a guy like that on their second or third pairing. Kill some penalties, play physical, be a presence in front of your own net. There's a lot of value there. So I think smart on Anaheim's part. Didn't love how it went down for New York. They're not as good today as they were prior to the trade, simply because they've taken a quality player, albeit overpaid, but quality out of their lineup. And they haven't really filled that gap right now. So they're not as good as they are today, but they got some money to spend. We'll see how they use it, and I would expect them to do so.
Dave, Leafs super duper prospect Easton Cowan got hammered at center ice the other night. How does it look for the World Juniors? And, are we hearing anything about the injury? I haven't heard much.
No, I haven't heard really much at all, which I think is good news at this point. If it was something that was, without question, he's going to be written off. I think you'd have heard about it probably by now. So I know World Junior Camp is getting rolling, I think, in the middle of this week. We'll probably get a better idea. I mean, it's clean hit, right, Terry? It's clean hit. Good hit. But injury nonetheless. So beyond that, I can't tell you much. Haven't heard anything. But you hope he's going to be able to be available because, man, the guy had been playing out of his mind for literally over a calendar year. He literally gone over a calendar year getting a point in every single game that he played, which is like bananas. It's so junior hockey, but it's still bananas.
Dave McCarthy from SiriusXM joins us. Davey, for the first time since 1997, January of 1997 to be specific, you will have the last 8 Art Ross Trophy winners on the ice tonight in Edmonton. Kucherov, McDavid, and Draisaitl have all won the last 8. The last guys to do that were, of course, Gretzky, Lemieux, and Jagger. Now, they won 21 in a row between the 3 of them. So there's a little ways to go for those 3, but you just don't see that much. Then you throw in Braden Point, who was right up there. He's got 10 goals in his last 9 games. He's 1 behind Draisaitl. He's obviously on Team Canada. Like, he's an elite player as well. He's a great player. I don't know if I'd put
Braden Point scores 50 goals every year, and nobody ever gives the guy any credit for scoring goals. It's outrageous.
Yeah. Well, he's done it once. He's done it
but
once.
He's always in the high 40s.
Yeah, no, he's a very good player. And, him and Kucherov comes out of he misses 2 games. It comes back, and they absolutely dismantle Vancouver, basically that line and on their power play. You just look at that matchup tonight, Point, Kucherov versus McDavid, Hyman, Nugent Hopkins, throw in Jake Gensel, and that's kind of a rare matchup that you don't see very often. What's your thoughts on Kucherov, and does Kucherov still not get the credit for how good he is in your eyes?
Yeah, probably not. I know John Cooper would agree with me if I said so. Again, I think the fact that he plays down in Tampa Bay, he's kind of in a lower attention market. They get good attention, but they're not on a national scale. Let's be honest. And when they roll through town, be it Toronto or Edmonton or whatever, they get a lot more attention. Even the folks from Washington last week were telling me that, you realize we've got the most points in the league here, but holy cow, if we could win in Toronto, then people will really start to pay attention. And they did, and now they are. So that is part of it. If Nikita Kucherov played in New York or Edmonton or Toronto, yeah, he'd be thought of in a much higher light. But yeah, Nikita Kucherov, when he's feeling it, is as good as any player in the league. His ability to slow the game down really is second to none. Like Connor McDavid plays the game at 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time, and he's good at that, and obviously has a ton of success. Kucherov doesn't seem to have to play, and I'm not saying one guy is better than the other. I'm just saying Kucherov's ability to slow the game down to the pace that he wants to play at. There are few guys, if any, in the league that can do that at that level. And that to me is really impressive because he never really looks like he's working all that hard out there, but you turn around, he's got 3 points at the end of the night. So no, I don't think he gets enough credit for how good he is, because there's another guy that seems to be like 100 points for fun when he shows up in September. And then it just seems to be how much more can he get, except when you get into the skills competition of the All-Star game, then he's not my guy.
People are still mad at that. Oh God, I thought that was quite funny. He's just out there goes, hey guys, I don't really care about the All-Star game.
Really care.
I'm not going to say it,
whatever.
But everybody knows it. And he's like, I already make $9 million. I don't need $1 million. So like, hey, you know, it's a good position if you can take it. One last one. So we've seen a few trades here, and I talk about, I don't know if there's a huge, buyer seller. I think it's pretty obvious who they're going to be at this point. Do you think the Penguins are going to sell more between now and the trade deadline?
Like sell or sell more?
Like sell off more guys. Like
they should. If the question is should they be selling or buying, they certainly shouldn't be buying.
No,
because even if they're like a point or two outside of the playoff cut line, like that seems to be mismanagement in my eyes. Just looking at what they've got right now in terms of guys that are available, like Anthony Beauvillier is a UFA at the end of the year. Drew O'Connor, Matt Nieto, like those are guys that would, I think, garner some interest. Marcus Pettersson would garner some interest as well on the blue line. Like Pittsburgh's at the point now where they got to make some hard decisions. It might not be the popular ones, but they got to make some tough ones that are the right decisions. Even if they get in and they take on a team like New Jersey or even Washington this year, do we see them winning a series? I don't. Certainly not winning a Stanley Cup. So to mortgage even more of a future that already looks pretty bleak in the foreseeable future, to get in or to squeak through a round and then lose in the second for fun, that makes no sense. They should be open for business right now because, again, like we talked about earlier, they've gone on a nice little run here over the last little while. But do we see them being able to sustain that level of play for a long enough period of time over the final 50 games to where they can find their way into a playoff spot? I just don't right now. I give them credit. They've played pretty good. They've beaten some good teams over the last little while. Boston, they've beaten Florida. New York has beaten them, and then they beat the Maple Leafs the other day. But, like, really, truly, these guys are not a contender. I know it. You guys know it. I would have to think Kyle Dubas knows it. I'm not sure if the Fenway Sports Management Group knows it, and that's the biggest issue right now, to convince ownership that the dream is over. It's time to turn the page so that we can get back to being competitive in less time than if we continue to waste years on end here.
Davey, have yourself a great day. Do you think Jacob Trouba gets traded before the deadline? And what do you think it would cost for a team to get him at 50%? So, a $4 million cap hit for this year next. Like a first, and what else?
It depends how well he plays, right? Like I think you go to him, you ask him, say, what are you feeling right now? Like, we're not making the playoffs in Anaheim. You're at the point in your career where you'd have to think that you'd like to take runs at a cup. We'll work with you. Because we appreciate you coming. And I think that's right. Like, he waived to come to Anaheim. He was forced to waive to a trade, but he picked Anaheim. So I think you respect that and say, like, let's work together here if you'd like to go take a run at it. But it depends how well he plays. And I would, if I were him, I mean, family, I don't know what's going on with his family, but as a competitor, I'd like to take runs at Stanley Cups. And if he plays well, which I expect that he will, like I said earlier, I think there'd be a lot of teams. I would think, probably a prospect. And I think at the deadline, when you can get a bit of a bidding war, you like to try to get a first-round pick. And for teams that are acquiring them, usually those first-round picks, they're not top fives, right? They're like 25 through 32. I think that's fair. And I think you could get Jacob Trubin for 2 years at 50% of what he's making, like $4 million. And you have a guy that can play third pairing all day long, can move up, play second pair if you need, kill penalties, and be that mean, we talk about all the time, big, nasty, tough physical defenseman. They really make their money in the playoffs. Like goalies, you don't get paid during the regular year. But, man, you don't seem to mind a D-man who's getting paid like $2 million more than he should when he's a pain in the ass in front of the net and he's a physical son of a you-know-whatever all playoffs long. I'd pay for that kind of a price, a first-round pick and a prospect all day long for 2 years of that.
Yeah. Davey, great stuff, buddy. We will chat with you next Tuesday.
See you, boys.
Talk soon, buddy.
Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM. Jason Gregor, Terry Ryan with you. We'll update you on the month of giving and much more. Oilers, Tampa Bay tonight. We have coming up later on in the show. Did you watch the NFL? We've had Joel Cohen on the show before, and he's going to join us again. Of course, he's one of the producers of The Simpsons, and you saw the Monday Night Football and Simpsons combination again last night. So we'll talk to Joe coming up about that on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Ain't it beautiful? What does excellence mean to you, and how does it impact your decisions? Friends, it's Carrie Dahl, and I know that at Volvo Cars Edmonton, excellence isn't an option, it's their everything. From customer satisfaction in sales, service, inventory, and retention, they excel in all. Congratulations, Volvo Cars Edmonton, Canada's only 12-time Volvo Excellence Award winners.
Volvo of Edmonton.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Weekends were made for Oil Kings hockey at Rogers Place. Family fun that's second to none, starting at just $20 a seat.
This Family Fun Sunday in Ice District, your Edmonton Oil Kings look to extinguish the Kamloops Blazers.
There'll be face painting, a kids' fun zone before the game, and more.
And at every home game, score Calmont Kids food combos for $10 or less. The value is king-sized.
Edmonton Oil Kings, Kamloops Blazers, Sunday afternoon at 4.
Great family entertainment at Rogers Place starts at just $20 a seat. Save on day of game pricing now at oilkings.ca.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquasential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade: safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Centre's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNuggets, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
Adventure just doesn't stumble into your life. It roars to life with Riverside Motorsports. Tearing up trails or cruising the open road. Yamaha ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, and dirt bikes deliver the performance you crave. Built for thrills, ready for your next adventure. Yamaha's legendary performance and reliability take you there. Make Mother Nature your playground on a Yamaha from Riverside Motorsports. Located on St. Albert Trail. RideRiverside.com. Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
Portions of this hour brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is on now at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Do we have Joel here? Do we have Joel here?
I know he's 4 o'clock.
Oh, so do we have TR? Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation YouTube, Facebook, and X. Busy night in the National Hockey League. You know why? Because it's Tuesdays, and Tuesday nights in the NHL. Thursday, Tuesdays, Saturdays are the much more busy nights. Of course, 11 games tonight, 2 tomorrow, and then 14 on Thursday and 1 on Friday. So the Oilers, of course, are in that rotation as they are hosting Tampa tonight. They'll be in Minnesota on Thursday. Then they host Vegas on Saturday. And then they got Florida next week. So after tonight, they will have 3 division winners. So they're in a stretch of some pretty tough games. Should be a great test for the Oilers. Out of town scoreboard games that impact Edmonton. The Kings, winners of 5 in a row. They're in Long Island, take on the Islanders. The Flames, can they score 4 goals? They haven't scored 4 goals since they played the Edmonton Oilers in their 3rd game of the season. They had scored 6, 4, and I haven't scored 4 since. That is bonkers. Also, you have Florida, who will be in Edmonton next week. They're on the road. They are in Seattle. St. Louis is in Vancouver. And the Wild are in Utah. So, Oilers will be going to Minnesota tomorrow. Minnesota will be going home tonight from Utah. And the Oilers are the favorite tonight against the Tampa Bay Lightning, who will not have Eric Cernak or it looks like Anthony Cirelli. He is doubtful. Cernak, we know for sure, is out, but he is doubtful, he being Cirelli. The Oilers lineup, of course, the same as last game. Stu Skinner starts in goal. 5 of his last 6 games. He has a save percentage above .930. Pretty solid. Hasn't allowed more than 2 goals in any of those games. McDavid will center Hyman and Nugent Hopkins. Draisaitl with Podkolzin and Kapanen. Henrique with Jeff Skinner and Matthias Janmark. Derek Ryan with Corey Perry and Connor Brown. On the back end, Ekholm and Bouchard, Nurse and Stetcher, Kulak, and Emberson. And Dermott was kind of in the rotation a little bit early on, but seems like he is now just the number 7 defenseman, which, hey, Troy Stetcher's earned it. I don't think anyone can debate that. You can't take Emberson out of the lineup. He's been unreal, especially on the penalty kill. He's played the most penalty kill minutes of any order since November 1st, and he's been on for a grand total of 1 goal against. Very good. Very good. They, gave him the opportunity. They put him up on the top unit. He's basically kind of, in essence, he's replaced Vinny Desharnais. That's what he's done. He's replaced Vinny Desharnais. He's playing 3rd pair minutes, and he's on your top penalty kill unit, and is doing very well at it. So, and for the Oilers this year, he's half the price. So that's and you know what? Next year it's going to be his first full NHL season. I know there'll be some people leery of, hey, St. Louis did it. I'm not sure they're going to be doing it regularly in that regard. I could be wrong, but we'll see. Hey, guys, I personally don't think Trouba is worth it, but if you would trade a first top 3 prospect and a second for him with double retention, so a cap of $2 million this year and next. A first top 3 prospect and a second and third double retention. I'm trying to think. You might have to give up more than that for teams to eat $6 million in cap space for all of next season. I want to see how Trouba plays. He checks a lot of boxes, and for $4 million, just at $4 million, that's not. I don't think it's a gross overpay for him. I'll be curious to see, what he does. It's hard to have great analytics in Anaheim, but their team is more competitive than they've been in the past. So we'll see where it goes from there. Hey, Gregor, team in the Pacific's going to want to grab Trouba for a playoff series against Vegas, even if it means not getting a steady one in terms of chances and puck moving ability. But for big hits and being a menace, who will that team be? I'm not sure. From Drew. Yeah, maybe. All right. I will say it's an element that is important, no question. But you can't just have a guy who's a big hitter if he doesn't do anything else. But look at how important Josh Manson was to the Anaheim Ducks. To the Colorado Avalanche when they got him from the Anaheim Ducks. Go back and look at the 3rd and 4th rounds that year when they won the Cup. A lot of people don't remember, but Taves and Makar in the 3rd and 4th rounds, they got outscored 12-6, 5-on-5. They were on for 12 goals against 5-on-5 in the final 2 rounds. And they didn't even play 12 games. Josh Manson not only played a lot of minutes, produced some big goals, was physical. He was great. I'm not saying he's as good as Cale Makar, but in those 2 series, he was incredibly valuable and a key player in their success. All you got to do is go back and look at it. Right? Like, who was expecting Josh Manson to score a lot? Not many, but he did. And it's huge. Hey, guys, does Trouba still have a no movement clause now he's being traded? Well, he didn't have a no movement clause. He had a limited no trade clause. And yes, it still goes with him to Anaheim. So he will have a say, but keep in mind, it's only half the league, right? It's a 15-team no trade list. And like anything, there can be some teams where you're a guy like, well, at the time that I made it, maybe I wasn't sure about them, but now I would gladly accept the trade to them. So now, again, I don't know. He's an American player now. He has played in Canada before in Winnipeg. A lot of it would depend. Like, I don't know his wife's, but if she can't work in Canada, there's no chance he's going to come here. Even if he wanted to, he's not going to do it. So you have to look at the big picture in all of it. Right? That to me is a pretty important factor. So I would look at that. Hey, Greg, so what do you think the chances are when Kane comes back, if he plays healthy for a month, he gets moved at the deadline? The Oilers don't seem to miss him right now. Well, I would argue I think they do miss his physicality and his goal-scoring ability. They're like, he had 24 goals last year. Physical player. Can skate. Checks a lot of boxes. There's definitely some baggage. You can't deny it. Right? There's definitely some there. He's got a year left on his deal. He would have to show he can still play, right? And it's like, I'm trying to think, when was the last team who was a contender who traded away a $5 million guy at the deadline? I'm sure it's happened. Some of you might remember off the top of your head. I can't. But so I'm not going to say it's impossible. I just think it's probably difficult. So quick break. When we come back, Joel Cohen, producer for The Simpsons, will join us. We got Ryan's Rant, Struddy, and more on The Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Here's a con man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. And the big deals keep happening. Now, you can save up to $225 on a set of 4 select tires and get a $50 bonus on any service of $150 or more, but only until December 14th at fountaintire.com.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Vimy and Donnan Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you are a student athlete interested in growing as both a person and a hockey player, visit vimyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.ca to register for a free shadow day. Beginner or an experienced player, these programs are designed to nurture and develop your skills in a positive and supportive environment. Vimy and Donnan help student athletes pursue their passion for hockey while achieving their academic goals. Register for a Vimy and Donnan Hockey Shadow Day today.
Prime Fasteners and Tools, your trusted source for the latest Milwaukee products and deals. Prime Fasteners and Tools offers power tools, accessories, storage solutions, and the fasteners you need to get your project done on time and on budget. Whether you're a contractor or a weekend warrior, everyone is welcome at Prime Fasteners and Tools. For the best Milwaukee experience, visit Prime Fasteners and Tools, located at 12304 184th Street.
Employee pricing is on now at GMC. Get up to $10,104 off select 2024 Sierra 2500 AT4 models. Make loading easier than ever with the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. Make hauling easier than ever with up to 14 available camera views, including transparent trailer view. And make finding tunes easier than ever with a class-leading 13.4-inch diagonal center touchscreen. Yeah, let's get to work. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
It feels like the cost of everything has been going up and up and up. That's why Encore's electricity rates are getting really low. With our rates falling lower, you can feel carefree about your bill. A low rate means lower stress. Switch to a new fixed-rate electricity plan with Encore by Epcor and save. Get the lowdown and stay carefree at encore.epcor.com/lowdown. Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Customers love Cross Mitsubishi for all kinds of reasons, like family-focused friends. Mostly, he loves the warranty, knowing his major repairs are covered, and he won't miss a single Christmas concert.
The festive sale is on. Save up to 15% off all new vehicles. A 2024 Outlander PHEV ES is $41,648. A 2024 RV RES is $25,880. Don't forget Cross Mitsubishi's 10-year powertrain and 5-year new vehicle warranty. See Cross Mitsubishi in-store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza when you use the code word 40Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
We continue on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. It's game day. Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, and Facebook, as always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Get in the game tonight. Of course, 11 games in the National Hockey League for you if you're interested. Player prop bets and also tickets to Lotto Max, $40 million. Get yours. PlayAlberta.ca. And hey, you can get in on this. We have our great auction item today for the month of giving, courtesy of The Brick. It is a $2,500 GC for to use whatever you want to purchase at The Brick. Furniture, appliances, mattresses, whatever. Bedding. Maybe you need a new duvet. And also a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. And right now, we have it at a bargain at only $2,750. So we're helping out Santa's Anonymous, tons of kids, just to get a gift at Christmas. Otherwise, they wouldn't. So you're going to get a great package for yourself that you can use for a long, long time. Every time you turn on that TV, you'll be like, helped a lot of kids. That's great. So 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 is where you can call or text for your bid as we help out Santa's Anonymous. And I'll tell you that big TV, because it has the fantastic picture quality with super fast refresh rate. You would have loved it last night as the NFL and The Simpsons had a collaboration. And to talk about that, we are joined by a producer of The Simpsons for a long time. Joel H. Cohen joins us once again. Joel, welcome back to the show, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Well, I'll say this about The Simpsons, man. Longest running show, and you guys are always finding new ways. Had to be kind of fun to see the Simpsons collaborating with the NFL in the game last night.
It was crazy. It was super cool. I don't know if you watched the whole thing, but it got nuts at the end. It had all the Barts versus all the Homers, and Lisa was racking up touchdowns. It was pretty crazy.
Well, I was surprised that Homer even made it on the field. Like, let's be real here. Homer's running 10 yards. He's dying after that.
Oh, absolutely. He needs like a defibrillator following behind him. Absolutely.
So kind of tell us how this came about, and you know, what how do you view this? Is it just try to, kind of exposure to a different audience?
Yeah, well, I mean, you may remember, or I don't know what you remember, but 2 years ago, the ESPN first tried this. They did a hockey game, actually. Yes. It was this show called Big City Greens, and then they did the Toy Story football game last year, and then they came to us in the summer and said, hey, we'd love to do a Simpsons version. Are you guys in? And we were like, of course, that'd be awesome. We said, wow, the Bengals and the Cowboys, that's going to be a great game between two playoff contenders. And then we just dug in and we started writing a bunch of stuff. And the whole idea was to sort of honor our regular audience of hopefully adults and kids, and then also really offer a way for other people that haven't really seen the show, or for kids to kind of experience in a fun way. And from what I've heard from the responses, it's kind of achieved that. It's been a big success.
TR?
Hello?
TR?
Oh, you can't.
Oh, yeah. Just talk. I can hear you. Maybe you can't hear.
I hear you very well. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Anyway, Joel, when you look at this, the feedback, I think people like The Simpsons. It doesn't last as long as you had. Obviously, you're very creative. You come up with new ideas. People like the characters, and like the characters evolve without evolving physically, if you know what I mean, which is very different, right?
Yes,
but
of course.
And that's what kind of makes The Simpsons, I think, so unique. But also at the same time, it has to be somewhat challenging to as being a producer of that show and writer, to come up with new ideas all the time. Do you ever get writer's block? How's that work?
Well, luckily there's like 15 of us, so there's enough ideas that eventually we can find something. But you're right. It's part of the show's charm is that it's Homer has been 38 or 39 forever. Bart's been 10 forever, etc. And then it's also a challenge, because how many stories can you do about people stuck in time? And we have flashed to the future and we flashed to the past and done all of that stuff. But we've painted ourselves into this wonderful corner. And we just kind of keep, building new corners to paint ourselves into. But it's part of the fun of working on the show, is just finding a story we haven't done before, at least haven't done 6 times before.
Now, you mentioned that at the start when you're writing, you're thinking, okay, Cowboys, Bengals are both going to be in the playoff mix. Did you guys have to like rewrite here? Were you like sports writers on the deadline suddenly? We got to change some things up here because you got to maybe make it more, a different angle because you can't really talk playoffs with either one of these teams.
Well, I mean, like I said, we started in the summer, so we were locked in on the Cowboys and Bengals, and even the animation process is so long that we just had to commit to that game. As it turned out, though, I mean, I thought it was actually a crazy, exciting game.
It was.
I don't think I don't know what people were expecting, but it turned out to be this amazing game, and I think the Bengals are still in the playoff hunt, so it kind of worked out. But we couldn't change. Once we were committed, we'd already started working on animation for Cowboys, Bengals, etc.
Yeah, okay, and so that's fair. I just wanted to ask, and you're right, the Bengals that keeps them in contention for it, and like when you've got Joe Burrow and you've got the receivers, like when you go to write this, Joel, kind of take us in kind of what's the plan when you come up in the direction that you went? How many, I don't know if rewrite's the right words, but how many times, let's plan it. And you just go and then it's, as you write it, it evolves and changes, or do you have a pretty set idea on which direction you're going right from day one?
Well, there was a bunch of different elements to it. I mean, some of the stuff was in Simpson style animation. So that was literally scripted out, and we had to say, what's kind of our overarching idea of this presentation. And it was Homer, of course, eats too many hot dogs and has a fever dream where he imagines he's in the NFL versus Bart. So that was all written and recorded, and that, we worked on that side. But then the other side of it was just literally just cranking out a ton of stuff when we cut to the stands, or when they score a touchdown or a first down, or who's going to be the chain gang on the sidelines, and what's going to happen at the coin toss. And we were just, I would write, 50 jokes. I'll call them jokes generously. And then some of them would be rejected because they were not going to be approved by the NFL. Many of them were rejected because they were horrible and of low quality. And then there'd be 2 or 3 left that would get through. And then I'd throw another batch in. So it was just a matter of iteration, like it always is on the show, and just cranking out volume of jokes and picking the best ones, hopefully, that make it to the air.
Joel Cohen joins us, of course, a longtime producer, writer for The Simpsons. They teamed up with the NFL last night. And, it's interesting is the storyline you come up with of Homer having a dream about being in the NFL. Every sports fan at some point has daydreamed about them being a professional athlete. And that's what it's so realistic, because if I would poll every one of my audience, at some point they've sat home daydreaming or having a dream that they were playing NBA, NFL, NHL. It's quite realistic when you think about it.
Yeah, I like to imagine all these football players that are dreaming about what it's like to be a comedy writer, and how physically taxing that would be to sit in a room eating Doritos all day. It's, of course, I'm a huge sports fan, and I don't kid myself at all that I will ever do it professionally. But it's just fun this is a chance to kind of dip into that world for a minute, and have fun with it, at least through these characters.
Joel, Connor Halley here, longtime fan of The Simpsons. I have to ask you, your favorite maybe secondary character, because there's so many characters that are in episodes once or twice here and there. Sideshow Bob, obviously, beloved by many, but for me, it's Hank Scorpio. So I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite random, one-off character?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Wow, that is a tough one. Well, before you said one-off, I was going to go Ralph Wiggum, but now that we're one-off, there's a character that, I'll be honest, I'll tell 2, actually. One I created, which doesn't mean much, but he's called Chum, and Chum is an acronym. It stands for Martin Prince created a robot friend. So Chum stands for childlike, humanoid, urban muchacho. And the joke is that Martin created this robot as his best friend, and the robot hates Martin and is always trying to get away from him. So I kind of like that character. He's not one-off. He's appeared maybe 4 or 5 times. And then lastly, just as a kind of insider joke to the many one-off characters we have, there is a character that I think appeared once whose name is Gravy Wallace, and his only character trait is that he likes gravy. So there's not much to him, but it's just a funny guy. That's the only thing that we know about him is he likes gravy. Like Disco Stew likes disco, this guy likes gravy. So there's a couple.
And just another question from me here. I know it'd be tough to pick. I mean, these episodes, like your thousands of children. But if you had to say maybe top couple episodes from The Simpsons show, the entire run, do you have any that would be at the top of the list?
I always give the same answer to this question, is that my very first day on the show was the color screening, which is the last time the writers kind of get a swing at it, of this episode that was called Behind the Laughter. And it was kind of based on that VH1 show Behind the Music. And it was like a documentary about how The Simpsons came to be The Simpsons. And it won the Emmy. And it was partly because it's a great episode, but also just because of the moment. It was my very first day on the show. And I walked into the writer's room and I watched this episode. And I was like, wow, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And then also got to watch all the writers improve upon it and talk about how to make it better for the next 2 hours. And it kind of pointed out to me that I was way out of my league. But I love that episode for the episode and also kind of for where it stands for me in that moment.
Joel, how did you become a writer on The Simpsons? It's not your first gig, right? Like how did you go through, like, what's the interview process? In sports, we know how you got to get hired if you're a GM and all these different things. How do you become a writer and a producer on The Simpsons?
You know, I think it's like everything. You got to kind of prove yourself in the minor leagues. And my first real professional getting paid to write jokes in that case was the comedian Kathy Griffin. I was writing a bunch of jokes for her. Okay. Then she was on this show, which did not do a collab with the NFL last night, called Suddenly Susan, which starred Brooke Shields.
Right.
And with her endorsement, I got a job working as a writer on that show. Okay. And then one of my bosses on that show was dating a guy on The Simpsons. And I guess based on my performance on Suddenly Susan, she made the recommendation, hey, you should have an interview with this guy. And I was lucky enough to get hired. And that's been 25 years in a row. I've stuck around and too embarrassed and too shy and too cowardly to go anywhere else. But that's kind of how I got it, was kind of climbing the ranks, I guess, as it were.
So when you go into an interview to be for The Simpsons, like, what do they at? Like, obviously they've seen what your work is in the past, and you just mentioned the shows you were on. But like, do you have to write something like ad lib right at the moment? How does it go? Like, because I'm assuming they know what you've done, or is it just based on they kind of ask you questions? How would you develop a scene, or how would you do like a small episode? What goes on into it? I'm just kind of curious.
Most people that are applying for jobs as writers, you have like what's called a spec script, a speculative script that let's say I would write on my own, just on my own volition, an episode of, let's say, Seinfeld. And then I would hold that as like a sample of my work, and I would show it to potential employers. Okay. I was lucky enough that in my case, the recommendation was pretty strong from someone that I'd worked with for a whole year. Okay. And the guy was either stupid enough or trusting enough to believe them, and then hired me, and then it went from there. But when I'm inevitably fired, maybe after this interview, I'll be back out there with my spec scripts knocking on doors again.
So you mentioned you've been there for 25 years. You're obviously very comfortable with it. Was there ever a thought? Have you ever been approached? Like, they try to like, hey, you guys got one of the longest running shows. Did like the writers get poached to try to go to other shows?
People leave, not so much anymore, because as maybe you guys know, the TV writing environment, or just the environment of shows, is that most shows are like 8 episodes, 10 episodes, and we still do 22 episodes. So and we're on a network, which is a lot more stable than these things that are on Netflix and come and go and stuff. So people don't want to leave now because there's, in a way, nothing of equivalent to go to, or very few options. But yeah, in the day, people would leave. I mean, I certainly had moments where I thought I'd leave, and I'm glad I didn't. And now, God forbid I'd leave. I'm hanging on to this for as long as I can. They're going to pry my fingers off at some point. But yeah, it's turned out, it was always a great job, and now it's kind of one of the last great jobs that exist in TV.
Joel Cohen joins us, a longtime writer, producer with The Simpsons. Of course, they collaborated with the NFL last night. If you didn't watch it, I'd highly recommend go check it out. Go find it. It was quite good. I do want to ask you, Joel, do you do any sort of gambling? Because how is The Simpsons so accurately predicted the future on many different occasions?
I've been known to do a little gambling. If my colleagues are listening to this right now, they're all laughing and rolling their eyes. But I always tell people that the show's been on 36 years. We've made 750 episodes. And yes, we've gotten some things right, but we've also gotten 9,258,000 things wrong.
Right. Okay.
So like if you just keep saying crazy stuff, eventually one of the things is going to happen. And that we just kind of played the volume game, and get a lot of attention when we're right. But people are very kind to forget all the times we're wrong.
Well, hey, that's great, man, because that doesn't happen very often. So of all the predictions that have come true, Is there one that you're just like, I can't believe that one came true?
Well, I mean, the craziest one, of course, is like predicted that Trump would become president. And the writer that predicted that wrote that joke, his name's Dan Graney, still a writer on the show. And if you ask him why he wrote in the script to President Trump, he literally was saying to himself, this was in about the year 2000. He's like, who is the dumbest person that could ever become president? And then he wrote President Trump, and then look what happened.
Oh,
people's opinion somehow changed. So here we are.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So you must be sports fans too, right? Because I've seen it like,
oh yeah,
some of my favorite episodes. You know, Bart and Sims. When Bart and Lisa played hockey, that was classic. Obviously, I think the baseball one with Burns and Strawberry. That's another favorite. If we look to the future, is there one sport that you haven't incorporated into The Simpsons that you'd like to?
Well, since I'm talking to an audience in Edmonton, I wrote an episode about 2 years ago called Top Goon, which guest starred Tiger Williams, Dave the Hammer Schultz, and Stu the Grim Reaper Grimson, which was super fun. And then we had a baseball episode recently, and I can tell you that I just wrote and in the middle of production of another baseball episode that's coming out that may or may not have something to do with Shohei Ohtani's gambling problem. But there is also an episode coming up in next year, I think, about Homer and Grandpa inventing a brand new sport that has never been seen before.
Oh my God. I can just imagine. You've got my interest, Joe. That is what's called excellent tease. I can tell you that because you're just thinking about like, what kind of sport could Homer do? That's what's the opportunities are endless, but also maybe short.
Homer and Grandpa. If you think Homer's a physical specimen, keep in mind this also involves his father. It's that kind of sport, but it's a good episode.
Well, the meme of Abe when he walks in the restaurant and leaves is probably like, I don't know if there's a Simpson meme that's used more than that one.
Well, the hedge, Homer backing into the hedge.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty good. Yeah,
and Lisa dancing. There's a few, but they're well earned.
Do you as writers of the show? Do you use your own memes, or is that forbidden in the Simpson circles?
I don't know if I've ever written anything that's become a meme. That's a good goal. I should start thinking more meme-like when I'm writing stuff.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a good question. I'd like to think I had something meme-worthy, but I don't know that I have that yet.
Yeah. So you've never written the meme part just yet. Well, everybody has to have a new goal. You've been there 25 years, right? You're always striving for something new. Maybe write something that will become meme-worthy. Oof.
I know you really got to think about this.
Yes.
It's got to be visual. It's got to be quick. It's got to be funny. It's got to have an emotion behind it. And now you've given me a new goal.
Oh, well, Joel, if it ever happens, I don't want credit. Yeah. I just want you to come on the show and talk about it. That would be fair.
Okay, good. I thought you were going to say I don't want credit. I want money.
No. I never. I couldn't prove it. How could I ever ask for the money, right?
Yeah, this isn't being recorded. There's
there's no one listening, Joel. This is just us. Tin cans and a string. Because that's no one else.
Yeah, totally.
So, do you guys have any? You mentioned the other any other little teasers you want to get for the diehard Simpsons fans on what's coming up?
See, the problem is we're working 9 months ahead, so it's always hard for me to remember what's aired and what hasn't aired. We had a great episode, actually, that was on Sunday night. If people didn't see it, what are we on, Tuesday today?
Yes.
Really funny episode about an airline that only flies people that are on the no-fly list. And the Simpsons find themselves on that airline. And as a little shout-out, I guess, to me, the flight attendant is named after me on that airline. So there's a flight attendant named Joel that's full of...
Is that
much like me?
Is that the first character in Simpsons that's been named after you?
No, sadly. There's another character called Old Joel, who literally, I think, is in a wheelchair and likes to play backgammon and lose.
Okay.
And the only noise he's ever made was a sigh, and I actually recorded the sigh. So, if people want to hear me sigh, oh my God, are they in for a treat?
Find Old Joel. Okay.
Old Joel, yeah. Wow. It sort of looks like me if I was in a wheelchair.
Okay, well, there you go. I like it. You got to have some do you guys try to write each other in at times? Just, in fun, or something about one of your co-writers that you shuffle into the script just to see if it's like inside jokes that no one else would get? Or no, I should say.
Yeah, there's every now and then some weird inside office jokes have made it onto the show. And then even just like fun stuff, like I just talked about this episode that was on called Convenience Airways that was on Sunday that was written by this woman, Lonnie, and she was able to put her kids in the episode. So her kids were lucky enough to be featured and synchronized in the episode as well. And I wrote an episode where my daughter, who's a fashion designer, got to design the outfits for all the characters. So every now and then you get a chance for your real life to kind of slip in. It's always very fun.
Well, Joel, we appreciate you coming on. Thanks so much for talking about it. And we look forward, because it's such a hot sport. It's not a new sport. It's not what Abe and Homer are going to invent. But right. and maybe I've missed it, but the Simpsons, Marge and Homer, or Bart and Lisa in a spirited pickleball match, I can only imagine will be coming at some point.
Well, you may be closer than you think. It's not pickleball, but it has elements of pickleball to this episode. So you got to look a few years. It's maybe next fall, but your patience will be rewarded.
Okay. Well, I look forward to the advanced pickleball. Is what?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, advanced pickleball, contact pickleball, maybe. Ooh, I could see that. I like it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Joel, we're looking forward to it, man. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, thank you guys. It's a pleasure talking to you.
I bet you. There's Joel H. Cohen, a long-time out, 25 years. That's an unbelievable run. They have had so much success. How many of you have never seen a Simpson episode? Like, I got to think that's a small number of people who have never seen one. And now maybe of a certain age, potentially. Maybe you haven't. But like, there's so many episodes that you got to relate to something on the Simpsons. And I love what he said. He goes, yeah, we made a lot of predictions that didn't come true, but they've hit on a few big ones for sure. So, and it's true. Like, you know what? It's to me, it shows you how much the fans love the show, Cons, is that they only talk about the hits. They just, who cares about that one? And probably because maybe you don't remember them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, hey, it's you remember the good things, right? The predictions. If it doesn't come true, it's just a storyline. And it was really great. But there was a run where me and the buddies would watch Simpsons all the time. The season like 4 through 9, whatever it would have been. It was just so good. I still dabble occasionally, not the traditional way that I used to, because me and my family used to watch it every Sunday night. Okay. You do The Simpsons, Malcolm in the Middle, King of the Hill before that, X-Files. Theme song was a little scary for young Connor. I ran upstairs before that would start. But yeah, every Sunday night watching The Simpsons, that was the best way to wrap up the weekend.
Okay, I like it. Quick break. Hey, we've had a good hour and a half for the month of giving. We want to get up. We always like to get to face value. Our package today, courtesy of The Brick, is a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. It has the fantastic picture quality with super fast refresh rate, so you'll see everything crystal clear. So you put that up if you need it in your fan cave. Not to mention the $2,500 that go towards whatever you want at The Brick. So currently at $2,750. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. Let's get it up. We're helping out Santa's Anonymous today.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. With that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy taste, fresh, never frozen dough, and quality toppings, Papa John's is a better choice than leftovers. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.com with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
Santa sweat, dripping on the tree, due to that new furnace that you got from Legacy.
Legacy Heating and Cooling wants to help you prepare for Santa. A nice warm stop during the cold night is the gift you give him. And Legacy can help with no payments and no interest for 1 year on your festive new furnace, because warm homes get better presents. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Everybody now, Santa sweat, this is really weird. Santa perspiration.
Ain't it beautiful? The inventory is unprecedented. Volvo Cars Edmonton is proud to boast an amazing selection of in-stock Volvo XC40s, 60s, and 90s. Visit Volvo Cars Edmonton today and experience the exemplary service you've come to expect and the affordable luxury only found with Volvo Cars Edmonton, Canada's only 12-time Volvo Excellence Award winners. Experience the difference.
Volvo of Edmonton.
Black Friday continues at the Brick. Hurry in and save up to $3,000 off big screen TVs. Plus, save up to 65% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching Love Cedar chair. Save up to 40% off mattresses and up to 25% off bedroom, dining, and home entertainment furniture. Plus, the more you buy, the more you save, with up to $300 off select brand name major kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNuggets, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
Hair Aware with Dr. Vance Elliott.
Hey, Doc, I really want my hair restoration to fly under the radar, but I recently read that men have to shave their heads and go full Lex Luthor before treatment.
The majority of my patients don't require head shaving because we can work around it. I can perform a no-shave FUE transplant or an FUT transplant if we determine that a transplant is necessary. Let's discuss your options.
Trust a world-renowned expert in hair restoration. Book an appointment at drvanceelliott.com today.
Need a solid foundation without the fuss? Richard and Kalina at DCL Pile Driving have your back. Locally owned, they offer straight, driven piles. No screwing around. Serving all of Alberta, DCL Pile Driving gets your foundation ready in hours with minimal ground disturbance. Perfect for tight spaces, whether it's for a deck, grain bins, or RTMs. Tell them the radio sent you and receive a special discounted rate. Call or text 587-322-PILE. DCL Pile Driving. Don't get screwed.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Did you know that Japa offers in-house and on-site heavy equipment service? Rain or shine, Japa's service department is here for you. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$4:32. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you. Cat Dad texting. Hey guys, when I lived in Vancouver, you could watch 8 episodes in one day due to the time zones and different stations. Oh, talking about The Simpsons. So it's a big hit. It's a big hit. So nice. Awesome. Hey, we you know what we're going to do? So we got our 7 in for the ticket draw, but we have another pair of tickets that are actually in the exact same section. So we'll do 3 other people because then you're going to have 3 chances to win, which improves your odds even better. So we'll get 3 more people at $100. 833-401-1440. So we got some sets of tickets that you could win for tonight's game. It's $100 to get in the draw. And you got 30%. Well, you got 3 chances to win. How about that? 833-401-1440. Text us if you want in with $100. We'll send you where you can make the donation. Very, very easy. Now, let's get to Struds On, brought to you by Action Electrical. And hey, they'll save you some money. Did you know if you have a commercial building, you can get up to 30% rebate through the federal government? They'll tell you how at actionelectrical.net.
The Jason Gregor Show presents Struds On.
I don't believe in tea bags. I use loose leaf tea. It is so much better than the tea bags. I'll eat tea bags. I'll
Struds On.
I'm not a huge DJ guy. I mean, I guess if you hand me a couple glow sticks and a tight white t-shirt that I can get wet, maybe I'd be into it.
Struds On.
There's a lone steakhouse I used to go to down in Kentucky, and they had bowls of peanuts. I wasn't sucking on those ones. You know, I mean, you need to have clean nuts. I'm talking about the kind you get in a bag at an Elks game. You know what I mean?
It's time for Struds On.
Oh, Jason Strudwick joins myself and Terry Ryan. Struddy, how you doing?
Good, boys. I'm just shoveling up a storm. What are you guys up to?
Oh, well, hey, you know what? It's a good thing it's light, Struddy. No heart attacks for it. It's light and fluffy snow today. That's the easy kind. It's the easy kind, right? Exactly. You're just out there shoveling. It's almost like some of your passes, right? You just don't know where it's going.
going forward, though. Score needs to go.
I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen, because I crunched the numbers since November 1st. Ty Emberson has played the most minutes on the penalty kill for the Oilers, and he's only been on for one power play goal against. He's also been on the ice for their only shorthanded, so he's even over a 6-week time. He's played 30 minutes on the penalty kill in that time. And what have you seen specifically from Emberson on the PK that's leading to so much success for him and that group?
Okay, well, first off, when you are, he came in with pretty high expectations that the team had for him. He playing beside Darnell, and I felt at the time and still feel now it was too much, right? He just wasn't ready for that. He hadn't played enough in the league. So they put him in the third pairing and they kind of let him get his feet wet. And then I'm not sure whose idea it was, but someone decided, hey, let's put this guy in the penalty kill with Ekholm. And I can tell you when you feel like you're playing well, and then when the coach or the coaches recognize that and now put you in a big spot on the penalty kill beside, your arguably one of your top two penalty killers, that feels really good. So it brings you massive amounts of confidence on top of, he was already, starting to play better. He was already starting, not better, but starting to play like he could. Use his skating, use his feet, all those kinds of things. So I think Ty, obviously he's quick. He gets around the ice pretty well. He's got a pretty long stick, but I've been really impressed with his reads and understanding when someone goes and presses, how he can also go and support and press at the same time to put pressure on him. So his reads are really good. And that's what penalty killing is. It's, you want to be long, you want to be quick and all those things and clear that puck down. But when one of your buddy puts pressure on someone, usually, especially if that person's bobbled the puck, now they have to throw someone else a grenade or a bad pass. And if you can predict where that's going and you're jumping them, now it puts them under more pressure and they usually throw a grenade as well. So that's what a good penalty killer is. And I think for Ty, all those things have added up to his success and for him finding a role on this team and continued growth in his confidence.
And then, a guy who was taking some lumps at times for his play, Darnell Nurse since November, Struddy, has been outstanding. He's only been on the ice for 2 goals against 5-on-5, right? And he's playing lots of minutes against elite players. He doesn't play nearly as much with McDavid or Draisaitl as the other, the top pair does, and that's fine. But he's not getting scored on very often at all. And he's doing it by basically rotating his partner.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. So I think what Darnell's done is he's raised his floor. So when he's good, he skates, he's physical, takes up a lot of space, covers a lot of space, all those types of things. But it was just those glaring errors that at times were so frustrating because you'd see so much good than a glaring error out there. And I think what he's done is he's raised that floor, so we're not seeing those glaring errors anymore. And I think that often comes from him trying to do too much, trying to be too much for everything. Like I believe he's best off when he passes the puck and follows the puck up the ice and is the trailer. And they can get him the puck because he's got a good shot. You want him to shoot the puck. But I think that he is really starting to understand that this is how I'm at my best. Maybe doesn't mean it's a massive amount of points, but he eats minutes. He is physical. He's not getting scored on. And then those glaring errors are the things that he's taken away that we saw at times, especially towards the end of the year and in the playoffs last year. So that is a huge step forward for him and massively important for this team because you start, locking some of the D-men together and you're like, hey, there's quite a bit of good things happening here on this back end.
Struds, speaking of the back end and communicating, I'm looking at Nurse and I find him, he's very vocal out there a lot, especially when he's playing well. Now, I don't know if that's a chicken or an egg thing. Is he playing well because of that, or does that give you confidence? And it's, as a forward, it's actually, I like to communicate. I like to be vocal, but I've often caught myself being too vocal because, you don't want to give away where you are all the time. Like sounds are important when you've only got 2 eyes in your own end, right? So in other words, hey, I'm open. You don't always want to be doing that. But on D, you played it like your whole life. Like, is communicating very important? And when you're on, is that or is it similar? I'm thinking with your D partner and with the goalie, there's probably got to be a pretty close relationship.
Yeah, really well said. So as a D-man, I actually think when you talk, it can be unsettling or intimidating for the other team because they're like, holy geez, these guys are really organized. They know what they're doing. So a good example would be there's a rush. There's a turnover at the other team's blue line. Now there's a rush coming. And I identify as a 2-on-2. So I'm yelling like, even or 2-on-2, stay up.
So now I'm telling my partner, stay up. And the other forward's like, holy geez, these guys they got a plan, so maybe tries to come over. Now I try to stay up as well. And I think that's really, it intimidates. You're not intimidating Connor McDavid, but, for some players, you're like, okay, it does work. And then it also gives your partner confidence because like, okay, he's got a plan. Darnell Nurse has got a plan. He wants you to stand up. Or, the puck goes in the corner after a shot from the point. He's going, go, go, go. And you're going and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm off. And then it gives you direction. So we all know what everybody's trying to do. Because sometimes when no one says anything, and the puck goes in the corner, we both go. And now we're both doing the same job, right? Duplication. So I think that communication is really, really important. And same on the breakout. Off a one face off in your own zone, over, and you yell it. And guys like, Kate, that feels comfortable. That's my play, and I'll throw it over. So I think it's really, really important between the goalie and the two D-men to have a lot of communication, just trying to help each other out, what to do if they don't have the puck and what to do if you do have the puck. Because if you can, it just makes you feel confident and safe knowing that the other guy's got your back. He knows what you need to do, and he's going to make sure he's there for when you get the puck to him.
Speaking of defense, Team Canada coming up for a Nations Cup. Some people, I'm just reading articles and I'm listening to the media, to podcasts, radio shows, whatever. And I've heard some people question Travis Sanheim or Colton Parayko. Now, I'll point out that they're 6'4" and 6'6". I think that's a big part of it. Now, it's international competitional, but in my mind, it's on NHL ice. Now, I know the other teams are picked and they're built for speed for the most part. So what do you think? Do you think Canada, I won't say made a mistake, but is there cause for concern? Or do you think that big, tough D, and usually in the Stanley Cup, is evidence enough? I think we see that that's a constant, is that big D, big tough D. What do you think? Do you think going in an international competition, there's cause for concern or no?
Well, I think these two players, I think what they're counting on is that they're, as I just talked with Nurse, is their floor is pretty high as far as the lack of mistakes they make, the glaring errors. They both understand how to play, and they take up a ton of space, and they're going to shrink the rink for some of these skilled teams. I was reading someone saying that Parayko's slow. I watched it was St. Louis and Calgary the other night in overtime, and Parayko beat Michael Backlund up the ice. Now, Michael Backlund isn't exactly Nylander, isn't exactly McDavid, but he's a pretty fast centerman, right? And Parayko beat him up the ice, and Parayko is at least 2, 3, 4, 5 inches taller than him. So this guy can skate. He can take up a ton of space. And, those two guys, I'm guessing, are probably kind of vying for that sixth spot. I guess maybe more. I just have a hard time seeing Morrissey coming out because he's a really good defenseman as well. But I think those two guys are brought in because they are not susceptible to the glaring errors that can really hurt you in a what is this, a 4-game tournament, 5-game tournament, whatever it is.
4-game max, right? Play everybody once, and then there's a final. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm still flabbergasted how Zach Hyman isn't on that team. To me, it doesn't make any sense. They basically, Zach Hyman for the previous 2 years, when the season started, Struds, in the previous 2 years, he had the 4th most goals of any Canadian player. And the only guys with more were already named on the team in McKinnon, Point, and McDavid. So I didn't really understand it. So he has a slow 19 games. And guess what? He comes back and, shocking, Zach Hyman scoring again. Because he was going to score again. And the thing is, his game study, if you didn't want to play him with McDavid, fine. He could easily play in your third line. It's not like he doesn't know how to grind. Some people told me they think he might be one of the best, if not the best, forechecker in the game. That's the one, if you want to make arguments over Bouchard and defending, okay, fine. But the Zach Hyman one, I don't understand.
Yeah, and it is tough because you had slow start, then you had the injury. But I do think there's going to be injuries, and I think that he will. I do think that there's a chance he does still is the next guy in line, and he ends up going and does play beside Connor because that, it seems like they're trying to find, with all the players from Tampa Bay, then some of the duels from Colorado, and that they're trying to find these partnerships of people that already know each other. So I think that there will be an injury. He'll get a chance, and he'll be the guy that goes in.
Yeah, well, but that doesn't make up for the fact that it was terrible to overlook him in the first place. So, looking ahead to tonight's Friday, you got Kucherov, got Gensel and Point. That's a hell of a first line. Now, they're without Cernak. They're without Cirelli, most likely. The orders are rolling, in a lot of their facets of their game. But this starts to stretch Tampa, Mini, Vegas, and Florida. Really good stretch to see where the Oilers are at. They've been very good since, the first 3 games of the season. They're 15-7-2 since then, which is a really solid record, 4th best winning percentage in the NHL in that time. But how do you view this one and then maybe the next 4, but specifically this one tonight and that Kucherov point? How do you view that as a challenge for Edmonton?
Well, I mean, they're good players, but the good thing for Oilers defensemen, they play against good players in practice as well. So, it's not like, the 2008 Oilers, where it's not quite the same high level and you're playing against the Blackhawks that have all these studs. So, I think that you look at it, they have a group here that understands how to play against top players. And with Kucherov, it's the same as any good player. You have to be on him. You cannot give him space and time. But those guys are smart. They find the way to get open. They find a way to get that quiet ice. And it's so frustrating because you're like, man, we're kind of keeping Kucherov quiet tonight. Then all of a sudden he finds a puck, boom, backdoor pass goal, or someone gets him and he's a goal scorer. Like, you cannot sleep on elite players because that's when they sting you the most. And then as far as these 4 games, Greg's, the Oilers aren't at a point in their, like, these are measuring stick games. These are games that I think they want to play in. They want to be against the best. They want to not stack up against the best, but just enjoy these games because they're as good as these teams, and they should go out there, and I expect them to have good outcomes in these games. I expect them to be close games, hard-fought games, and I think that these top teams, they rise up when they're playing each other, and now we get to see it for 4 games in a row. Look at what the Oilers did against the Avs, right? That was a great game. So I think I'm looking forward to this as an opportunity for the Oilers to rise up and really meet a challenge. But the other team's saying the same thing. This isn't an easy team to beat. We know what they have done and what they are capable of doing still.
To me, I look at the Vegas game. Edmonton played quite well, but they had a lot of shots. They didn't create a lot of great chances in that game. And so that's the one where tonight against Vasilevsky, you know what? You can't just get shots. You got to get great chances to beat him. We should be fun. Struddy, we'll look forward to it. Have yourself a great day.
See you, boys. Thanks.
It's Jason Strudwick. The Strud Report brought to you by Action Electrical. Okay, we got 1 spot left if you want to be the last person in the draw. We got 3 sets of tickets. We're going to do a draw. So you can win. Well, once you win once, of course, then away you go. But if you're in, $100 get you in the draw, and 1 more for 3 tickets for tonight, and we'll raise $1,000. So that's great. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. Text in with your name if you want in on the last spot, and then we'll do the draw before 5.
My utility bills are going through the roof. How can I take advantage of the sun and put my lazy roof to work?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Energy team reporting. When you're ready to make your home or business more efficient, Action Electrical has the power to install solar panel systems and EV chargers.
Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta with supercharged skills and strong family values. ActionElectrical.net.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. With that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy taste, fresh, never frozen dough, and quality toppings, Papa John's is a better choice than leftovers. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.com with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 furnace service company for the holidays because we don't charge overtime rates, including 24/7 emergency. Oh, I need service, please, Santa. Tell me your price. My furnace is naughty. Would you please make it nice? No, I can't wait to find it under my tree. Please send me service from Legacy. No overtime or emergency rates during the holidays or ever. That's how you service your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies with state-of-the-art motor coaches. We provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, contact Ted Nakamura at 780-940-0880. or visit silentrides.ca.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Portions of this hour brought to you by EWEL. Get your power play amped up with EWEL, supplying the City of Champions and Alberta with quality electrical gear since 1975. EWEL.ca is your partner in power.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$450, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, and Facebook, as always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Oilers tonight, Tampa Bay, baby. Lots of high-octane offensive players on both teams. Point and Kucherov specifically for Tampa, Draisaitl and McDavid for the Edmonton Oilers. Assists, you got the two guys with the most the last few years. Goals, you got guys third and fourth. Points, the top two guys, Kucherov, McDavid. There is lots, if you like offense, to go around tonight. Should be a fantastic game. And let's get to 5 questions now, brought to you by The Brick, where you can save up to $3,000 off big screen TVs. Save up to $750 off of sofas, $1,600 on sectionals right now at The Brick and thebrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, guys, question number 1, of course, Oilers and Lightning tonight. Let's get a score prediction and mix in a bold prediction as well.
I'm going 3-3 overtime, and one of the stars you mentioned is going to score, Jason. One of the scoring leaders from the past however many years. Kucherov, Draisaitl, or McDavid. 3-3 with an OT snipe.
I have 5-4. I think there'll be a lot of goals. And Adam Henrique, who only has 2 goals and only 1 in his last 23, will score tonight for the Edmonton.
Question number 2. You talk about the top end talent with the Tampa Bay Lightning. They've got a few throughout their franchise history. So you had to give me your top 3 Tampa Bay Lightning players of all time. What would it look like?
Oh my God, that's a really good question. Top 3 of all time. I'm going to go Kucherov, number 1. I'm going to go Vasilevsky, number 2. I'm taking Hedman, number 3.
I'm going Kucherov. I'm going Stamkos. I can't not go with my buddy, Atlantic Canadian, Conn Smythe winner, Brad Richards. Give him some love. I know he's probably down the list in most people's eyes, but any Conn Smythe winner to me should be talked about as the best in that franchise's history, at least be in the conversation.
I was curious if St. Louis might creep in for either of you, but
he would have if I didn't know Brad personally.
Question number 3 for you guys. Thatcher Demko makes his return to the crease tonight for the Vancouver Canucks. How many more games do you think he will start this season?
I mean, I think 2, but let's go 15. I don't trust anything that comes out of this guy's mouth or anybody around. I don't mean in a malicious way. I mean, when it comes to playing, I don't understand it. I don't understand the 2 games that he just sat. I don't understand the delay. But anyway, it's the NHL, and injuries are often a mystery. Me, I'm saying 15 tops.
Well, you look at, it's a fair point, right? Like, how healthy is he going to be? They've got what, 52 games? Well, not 54. Even if he's healthy, how many is he playing? I'm going to say 21.
All right. Question number 4. Did you guys get a chance to watch any of the Simpsons Fun Day football last night? And if so, what did you make of it? What do you think of the idea for the NFL?
I caught, a little bit of the fourth quarter after a hockey game. So, you know what? It's just a different way to add entertainment to sports. I don't look at it to be anything that's going to be, oh my goodness. Dude, now I know of The Simpsons and I really respect The Simpsons. So I think like how branding works sometimes is you remind your loyal people of, hey, where you're at. So if you're an NFL fan, but you love The Simpsons, you're like, oh, this is cool. And if you're just an NFL fan and a casual casual Simpson fan, you might be like, oh, maybe I'll watch a few more. So I don't mind it. But I don't know, like how much more you can do, to be honest. I think it was good to do it once. I don't know if I would have it as a repeat.
By the way, it killed me to miss that. I love I still watch The Simpsons. I just finished the last season a few weeks ago. But guys, remind me, I've only seen this on TikTok and on, social media, but was it was it a full game on a channel or was it on Twitch or something?
It was on TSN Plus. You could watch it.
As The Simpsons, you could watch the game. I mean, I get it. They're playing the game and they're subbing in those characters. And well, I thought it was interesting. Why not? And I don't know. I think it would be, I think it'd wear out its welcome if it was The Simpsons every time. But I mean, sky's the limit with that. There's some new set of characters every week. Why not? I mean, it wouldn't be me watching it every week, but I definitely tune in here and there. Why not? And I think it'd go viral and, you'd get a bigger fan base.
Question number 5 for you guys. On this day in 1978, Superman, or as it was known at the time, Superman the movie was released, starring Christopher Reeve, Marlon Brando, Gene Hackman. Great cast. If you had to pick one superhero movie of all time, what would be the top of your list?
Okay, so that one would be up there. I think I've seen that the most. I don't know what they were called in the early 80s, but I remember, was it Laserdisc? They looked like an album, and they were in a big, it was in like a vinyl record jacket kind of thing, and you'd put it into this machine that was 10 times bigger than it needed to be. But I remember I had that on there and a few more, but I loved it. Everything about it. I fell in love with superhero movies from that time. I couldn't believe. And if you look back how they made Superman, his uniform was so colorful and he could fly. And I don't know, it looked really realistic to me for the late 70s, but it wouldn't be my favorite. Deadpool's would be up there. The first Spider-Man, I mean, I was going, how are they going to make this guy, just put yourself right back when that came out. There was a lot of people like me. How are they going to make this guy be web slinging all over the city? It just didn't seem, even with CGI, it didn't seem possible. That really was impressive. Guardians of the Galaxy, RoboCop, all up there. But my favorite, I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't way out in front, would be The Dark Knight. I think Christopher Nolan, it's that whole 3 trilogy segment is awesome. But I don't know. To me, that's, at least in my view, not only the best, but it's by quite a bit.
Oh, it's a good question, Collins. I'll let you take yours.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Knight, like it has to be The Dark Knight. I'll tell you guys, when I was younger, there was a movie called Meteor Man. I don't know if you guys saw, but when I was like,
I do know that one. I do.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, I apparently used to want to rent it all the time. So as a kid, Meteor Man, which is so obscure, but the Dark Knight, I tried to watch the Marvel movies in order, and till Ben came, it got a little bit tougher. So I haven't been able to catch up. I got to the Hulk in the order that they're supposed to go in, but none of them can top the Dark Knight. I think like the Joker was just so good. Heath Ledger nailed it. Everything about the movie, even down to the music, is good. So Dark Knight for me would be the top.
Yeah, because I think it probably has a little to do with the time of your life. At least for me, like I watch the Deadpools, I like them. I don't know if I love them, right? Like I think they're pretty funny. They got a lot of one-liners in it. Like to me, it seems a little bit more about the comedy than anything else. But if my favorite, honestly, and it was only because I watched it with my son, but I'm going to go with The Incredibles. I love The Incredibles, man. Like, I just so much about it was just it was hard, it was easy. So I'm gonna go with The Incredibles for me because I don't want to steal because I would be with Cons if it was going for adult me, but I'm gonna go for dad me, and I'm gonna go with The Incredibles.
All good choices.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's there's lots of options. That's the thing. There's definitely no option. Hey guys, does the movie Orgasmo count? No, I don't. I don't think that would.
Yeah, it depends who's judging, I suppose. I don't think so.
True. Very true. Hey guys, Incredible 3 is coming. I know. I just saw that. There's a few movies. Did you see the new Lion King that comes out? Oh, that one looks awesome. I love the original Lion King. It's not a superhero movie, but the original Lion King. Oh, love that movie.
And Sonic 3's out. I haven't seen the reviews, but I'm going to go see it. And Jim Carrey's just great in those as well. So it's I like him a little bit of comedy. Not that The Dark Knight is, but I like The Dark Knight, I think, because it's almost like a philosophy course. Like it gets real deep, ethical, philosophical, and I do find there's a lot of humor. It's dark, but I do find in the Batman movies more humor than most people. I guess just being a fan of the comics.
TR, enjoy the game tonight. And Thursday, we got another big game. It's the Oilers in Minnesota to take on the Red Hot Wilds. We'll have lots to talk about then. Have yourself a wonderful Tuesday evening.
Looking forward to it. No snow here yet. So enjoy your weather. And thank you, Connor. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Edmonton. See you guys real soon.
There you go. That is Terry Ryan. We'll come back. We'll do the draw for the tickets because I got to get a ball. I got to do official. We got to have official draw. We got all the spots filled. And we're going to get that month of giving package from the Brick. We got to get that up a little bit here today. 833-401-1440. It's only a $27.50. It's a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch big screen TV. Massive. So we always like to get minimum face value. We're helping out Santa's Anonymous today. So if you could use a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV and $2,500 GC to use anything. Bedding, furniture, appliances, mattresses, you name it. They got it all at the Brick. 833-401-1440. Let's get to the Con Man Sports 1440 update brought to you by Booster Juice. This holiday season, give the gift of giving a Booster Juice, where you buy a $30 gift card and you'll get a free regular size smoothie just for yourself. Gift giving never tasted so sweet. Download the Boosters Reward app. Get one today.
It's game day. The Edmonton Oilers in action tonight, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop in this one just after 7 o'clock. We got pregame coverage for you with Donovan Paulson and Andrew Walker getting going at 6 o'clock right here on Sports 1440. Elsewhere on the NHL, Wild take on Utah, Canucks, and the Blues. You got the Panthers in Seattle. Boston takes on Winnipeg. Flames travel to Nashville. Islanders up against the Kings. Sharks take on Carolina. Penguins and the Avalanche. And the Devils up against the Toronto Maple Leafs. In the association, 2 games in the NBA Cup quarterfinals. The Bucks host the Magic shortly. Then at 7:30, the Mavs taking on the Thunder down in Camrose at the World Junior A Challenge. In the third period, Sweden leading the United States 4-2. Later tonight, 7:30, you have Canada East taking on Canada West. Major League Baseball, Toronto Blue Jays finalizing a trade to acquire 3-time Gold Glove winning second baseman Andres Jimenez from the Cleveland Guardians. Also, apparently the team picking up Jimmy Garcia on a 2-year deal for $15 million. And for the MLB draft lottery, the Blue Jays will select 8th overall. The Nationals have won the first overall selection. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we will be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet and Derek Van Diest from NHL.com. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Welcome back.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It's Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza when you use the code word 40 Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Just after 5 o'clock. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. And Todd is in at $3,000 now on our month of giving package today, courtesy of The Brick. So thank you very much for that, Todd. And before we get to spec, we're going to do the draw for the tickets. So if you're coming from out of town, you want to know. So first name in, we'll get the first pair, second pair, third pair. All right. There you go. Thanks, everybody, for playing and donating. The first name in, Kelly. 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 Congratulations, Kelly. David, you are number 2. You are number 2. And that leaves Jolton Joe. See it on the name? Joe. So, Kelly, David, Joe. We'll get a hold of you, get your emails, and you will be going to the game tonight. Should be a doozy. It is the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Alberta's only regulated online gambling website where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the province of Alberta. PlayAlberta.ca. As time now for the spec report, brought to you by GS Construction, where they continue on. They are super busy trying to keep everybody moving on the roads, but underground infrastructure is on the roads. It's in your home. Just simple things like running water. They do it all at GS Construction. As Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet joins us. Spec, how you doing?
Oh, pretty fair. A little bit of snowfall today. Nice to see. Kind of like
Yeah.
this winter, Jay. I'm not into rain in the winter. I'm sort of anti-rain at this time of year.
Yeah, okay, well, that's fair. I can see that. Yeah, no, makes sense. The Oilers and the Tampa Bay Lightning tonight should be a heck of a matchup. No lineup changes, no surprise for the Edmonton Oilers. Well, they don't have any extra forwards anyway. And Dermott right now just doesn't seem to be getting in the lineup. And really, I'm not sure who you'd take out. And obviously, Stu Skinner is going to go tonight. I'm thinking he's probably going to play 3 of these 4 games. Just a matter of which 3 he'll play tonight. And then Pickard's going to play, I would think, either Thursday or Saturday, maybe. We'll see how it goes. But you look at Tampa Bay, Spec, and they just gotten healthy, and boom, they lose 2 guys in Vancouver.
Yeah.
But they're still pretty good. And this first line with Kucherov, Point, and Gensel, like as far as the best first line in hockey, it's got to be close.
Yeah, it's right there. It's right there, man. It's a good line, boy. Kucherov's just, listen, he's one of the great players of our generation. We have to, he's won, right? I think he's won an Art Ross. He's been right up there in the hard voting. He's just one of the great players. It's time to sort of go to the rink thinking, you know what? Look, and we only see him here once a year, live and in person. So that's a guy. There's certain players in the league that you should make sure if you have a chance to go, if you have tickets, or if you're one of us with lucky enough to have a press pass, you better get to the rink when Kucherov's in town, because he's one of the great players, probably a Hall of Famer one day. Jay, wouldn't you say?
Oh God, yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I would think so. I look at Tampa Bay's team. I think Hedman's going to be a Hall of Famer. Yep. I think Vasilevsky's going to be a Hall of Famer. Kucherov's a no-brainer. And I think Braden Point, when his career is over, is trending to be a guy who's going to be in that conversation.
Never know. And still, they'll talk about Stamkos too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's another guy for sure that I think he's not there anymore, but he's probably a guy who will be a Hall of Famer.
Yes, sir. So they're a fun team. They play hockey the way it's supposed to get played. They have offense. Whenever they play the Oil, it's like a 7-3 or 6-4 or something like. Now, wasn't it the game here last year when Stu Skinner came out after the game and said that he cost his team the game? Wasn't it against Tampa last year? I think it was.
Yes. Oh no, it was Tampa, because that was the game they Kucherov. Vasilevsky stood on his head. He was unreal.
And Stamkos had like 3 or 4 goals in that game, but there was a couple of not great ones on Skinner, and the team came back and made it a closer game. And Skinner said, if I'd have been any good, we'd have won this game. Remember that? I remember that pretty well. I thought it was a pretty stand-up night for Skinner, who hadn't played well, and said just exactly that after the game.
Yeah. And you know what? Hey, he goes, everybody played well except me. I think that was his exact quote. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what his exact quote was. And you know what? Skinner's always been a stand-up guy. And the funny thing was, Spec, I don't think Stuart Skinner was playing nearly as bad as his numbers suggested. And Kevin Woodley yesterday on the show said Stu Skinner, he went through the Team Canada goalies. Aiden Hill has allowed 1 low percentage, which they call a bad goal. He's allowed 2 of them. Binnington was 3 after the Stetcher goal. Montembeault was 3. Stuart Skinner, 3. I think they got to the point where every goal that went in, there's that's a terrible goal. Well, they're not all terrible. They weren't nearly as bad. Obviously, he would have liked to make a few more saves, no question. But I don't think it was worthy. And I wrote it at the time. I'm like, Stuart Skinner will be fine, because I don't think his game was that far off. And we've seen it now. He's been really good here for the last 3 weeks.
Well, and goaltending's changing. Like, there's always been this ebb and flow in hockey. Remember there was a while there when the goalies were. In the Patrick Waugh years, they got all the huge equipment and scoring was down. And I remember Daryl Sutter saying to me one time that if you don't get a .925 save percentage in the playoffs, you're not going to win. And today, .925, no one does that. I looked it up yesterday. I think there's only 4 or 5 guys in the league right now that are better than .915. Like, there used to be a ton of guys better than .920 was the mark. Now .915 you're a top 5 goalie in the league at .915, and guys who are .910, that's pretty good. And I believe Skinner's still at .892, and he's recovering from the bad start the team had. But I guess my point would be everyone, I'm not sure that a bad goal today is the same as a bad goal 7 or 8 years ago. The shooters now are better. There's more guys that shoot harder. It's just not the same. I think we have to, the same way goalies and the game continues to change and grow, I think we have to continue to change the way we look at goalies, because it's not what it used to be.
Yeah, well, there's more offense again, right? Like you went through the dead puck era where every goalie, if you didn't have a 920, weren't very good. And I don't know if that meant the goalies were that good. I just don't think there was that many high quality chances, right? Like, and as I've said before, there's a few other things at play here. The NHL this year has really cracked down on shots on goal, where if Stuart Skinner makes a glove save and his glove is outside of the net, that's not a shot on goal anymore. It's just a whistle and a stoppage, but they don't call it a shot on goal because he made the save where the puck, if he doesn't touch it, it's not going in the net, right? And so they've really cracked down on it. And I've talked to the staff.
Whose impetus was this? When did this happen that they made a change in how they're doing this? I didn't hear this.
Well, they just wanted to be more accurate, right? It's supposed to be a shot on goal, right? And the whole theory is shots on goal are where if the goalie's not in the goal, it would go in. So if you hit the goalpost, that's never a shot on goal.
No.
So if the puck's going wide of the net and you save it, why should it be a shot on goal?
I always would say that too. But my question to you is, who was it that told all the off-ice officials to start to get a little more stingy this year? Like, why did that change all of a sudden? You're right today when you say that, Jay, and you're right 10 years ago. Why do they change?
Well, a few things at play. This past offseason spec, they actually they wanted to be more continuity in building to building. And so they set a guidelines, and now they have people who monitor the games to make sure so anybody out there is like, now, because if you go back in the day and you look at Cal Clutterbuck at times in Minnesota spec, what? You would be, you going down, there's a hit for Cal Clutterbuck, right? Like they were giving him a lot of hits, whereas you looked at his hit totals on the road and home and they were different. And so the NHL, it took a long time, but now they have basically the guidelines that they set. So if Mark Spector's in Edmonton and Connor Halley's in Toronto and Jason Gregor's in Florida, and we're all different people, but here's our guidelines, and they're going over to review it because they want it to be more accurate. Now, I didn't get a clear answer, Spec, but I can put 2 and 2 together. It's called GAMBLING, and you need to be accurate on that stuff. So I'm sure that's probably a part of it, but it just makes sense for the league. So a hit is a hit is a hit, and they're not giving away fortuitous hits. They're not giving away fortuitous block shots, and they're not giving away shots on goal or saves anymore for goalies because it hurts the player as well, right? Like it's not just the goalies. If you're a guy who's like, hey, I'm going to get some shots, whatever. So you know what? It's not even registering as a shot on goal anymore. It's just a stoppage, and they move on.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm a journalist, and I'm all for accuracy and facts. Like, I think that's got to make it better. I absolutely am with you that if they're finally, the only reason they're paying attention to that today and they didn't years ago, you're right, it's gambling, because gamblers very quickly figure out things like Cal Clutterbuck's hit totals at home, and the one town that has more shots on goal than the other, that's got a looser shot clock than the other one, right?
Yeah.
They figure that out quick, and they make a lot of money on that stuff. So obviously the league has to try to standardize, right? They're looking to standardize, and it can't be a bad thing. I'm not criticizing them one bit. In fact, it's, it probably shouldn't have taken this long, but I guess here we are.
Mark Spector joined us here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Spec, the Oilers just continue to get really good play from their second pair, regardless of who's playing with Darnell Nurse, whether it's Kulak or whether it's Stetcher. When Nurse is on the ice right now, the Oilers are getting unbelievable sound defensive play from him. Only 2 goals against 5-on-5 since November 1st.
That's unbelievable, right? I saw that stat the other day, and for a guy that plays his minutes against his competition, doesn't play with McDavid, nearly as much as the top pair does. That's a sign of Darnell Nurse being he's there's a lot of defensemen there, and man, it's taken a long time to for him to mature into the guy that can have this kind of season. I don't even know how to explain it, Jay. Like, he's one of the best skating defensemen in the National Hockey League. No one eats, very few guys eat the ice up the way he can, and you know, catch up to you from behind. And like, he just is a fantastic skater. He's big and physical. You know, he should be able to defend. He's a smart guy, but it's taken a long time for this season to happen, hasn't it? Like, this is the best season he's ever had so far. And you know, I thought we'd see this 5 years ago.
The 21 season was probably his best, right? When he had the 16 goals in 56 games, and you know, he had all his numbers were really good that year. That'd probably be his best one. I would say last year, up from the time they hired Knobloch on November 12th through until the All-Star break, Nurse was great. And then I don't know what happened. He came back from the All-Star break, and it was not good from February until the end of the season, whatever happened. And I don't know if you've talked to Darnell more this year or not, seen it, but I've had a conversation with him, and he made a conscious effort. He felt like, you know what? He goes, hey, I realize I'm not a perfect player. So I think there was lots of internal pressure from himself. Like, you know, he never really seemed to be ever kind of like have fun, right? And relax. And he seems a lot more fun and relaxed this year. And like most people in life, I think you're going to have more success when you're, especially in a high stress job. I think you can have a little bit more success, and we're seeing that from him.
Get comfortable in his own skin. Maybe he says to himself, okay, so I'm the kind of guy, the game that I play, I'm going to make a mistake, whatever. You know, maybe he wrote himself too hard on it. We'd make a mistake and it would wreck his next 3 shifts. Like this, he'd never tell you that. Maybe he would, but we don't know any of that, you know? And I think in today's game as a defenseman, Jay, you got to be able to handle failure. Like, you have to be able to get walked by a Kucherov or a Caulfield or one of these really quick, good players and say, okay, he got the better of that shift. It's not going to put a dent in me, because everyone's so good, man. Everyone's so good. You can't be you're not having a lot of perfect games when you play the minutes and against the competition Darnell Nurse plays for. Maybe that's part of the deal. I guess we should ask him that one day, huh?
Yeah, you bet. Spec, quickly, we got this text from Ryan. Hey, guys, the same thing happens in the CFL. I work on the Calgary-based stats crew, and for every home game, we have CFL auditors watching the game on TV and making sure that the data we have generated in the stadium is valid. Ooh. So you know what? All leagues are doing it, and that's great, right? You want to be more accurate on tackles, on goals, on assists. Like, they review every scoring play, right? Now they review everything, and we got all the video. You can't just have it to review offsides. So it's great.
It's kind of like gambling has done something positive for sports, you're almost saying.
Well, yeah. You said it, Spec, but hey, you know what? I think it within your limits, it's fine. But hey, if it leads to more accuracy, then yes, that's a good thing.
I'm all for it.
Spec, we will see you at the rink. Have yourself a good night.
All right, man. Looking forward to the game.
There you go. That's Mark Spector, the Spec Report, brought to you by GS Construction. We'll come down. We're up to $3,000 on our brick package today. It's a good bid, but we always like to get to face value. We got a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch Samsung high-def QLED 4K smart TV. Unbelievable package from the brick. Todd has it right now at a good bargain at $3,000. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440.
I take possession of my commercial space in 3 months. I need lighting. I need a fire alarm. I need data. I need a generator. I need panels.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Projects team reporting. We design, build, and construct all the electrical systems for your projects. Need everything to work right? Get the Action Electrical project team on your site.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
Is it Riverside Motorsports? No. It's Riverside Motorsports. Over 55 years in business, and people still get it wrong. Guess it's time to get it right.
Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 furnace service company for the holidays because we don't charge overtime rates, including 24/7 emergency. Oh, I need service, please, Santa. Tell me your price. My furnace is naughty. Would you please make it nice? No, I can't wait to find it under my tree. Please send me service from Legacy. No overtime or emergency rates during the holidays or ever. That's how you service your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Customers love Cross Mitsubishi for all kinds of reasons, like Smart Saver Sam. He's never spent a dime over his budget. We think that's true, but with prices this low, it's never come up. The festive sale is on. Save up to 15% off all new vehicles. A 2024 Outlander ES is $35,018. A 2024 RV RES is $25,880. Don't forget Cross Mitsubishi's 10-year powertrain and 5-year new vehicle warranty. See Cross Mitsubishi in-store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada with sports and entertainment properties including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 furnace service company for the holidays because we don't charge overtime rates, including 24/7 emergency. Oh, I need service, please, Santa. Tell me your price. My furnace is naughty. Would you please make it nice? No, I can't wait to find it under my tree. Please send me service from Legacy. No overtime or emergency rates during the holidays or ever. That's how you service your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Day or night, tasting just the right. You can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle Noodle.
Johnson, whoa. Hi, Dennis from Weiss Johnson. We've been family owned and operated for nearly 50 years, a foundation built on trust. Using our extensive experience, we'll make recommendations with your best interests in mind. So while many heating and air conditioning companies offer specials and huge discounts, financing options, and no overtime charges ever, we'll keep doing what we do best, providing you a quote that is honest and transparent, ensuring you get what's best for your family. Visit wjheats.com today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Can Torque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
529, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Oilers, Tampa Bay Lightning. Tonight should be a barn burner. Well, I hope it is. Hope it is. Doesn't mean it will be, but it should be. Lots of skill on the ice. Both teams, Tampa Bay has 45 goals in their last 10 games. The Oilers have 36. So between the two teams, they're averaging 8 goals combined a game in offense. Now, you also have both teams who are killing it on the special teams. Tampa Bay's power play in the last 10 games, 37%. The Oilers is 29. Penalty kill, the Oilers is 90.9, basically 91. And Tampa Bay's is 84. Their combined special teams in the last 10 games, 121 for Tampa, 120 for the Oilers. Usually if you can be like 108, you're like, hey, this is pretty good. But they are both very well. So we'll see. Will the Oilers get any power play? They don't draw many penalties. Neither does Tampa, to be honest. In that time, Tampa's 14th. The Oilers are 22nd in power play opportunities per game. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As we welcome to the show, Derek Van Diest from NHL.com. DVD, how you doing?
Good, Jason. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. I know we were having a little bit of fun. So, you and Titch, you guys really fired up about the booing, eh? Like, is Broberg? Are those guys okay now? Like, are they okay?
They'll be okay. They'll be okay. I just couldn't understand. Like, if someone offered you, Jason, a 400% raise, and you said, "Okay, I'll go," like, no one would turn that down. I think that's what's the funny part about that. Like, Broberg got like a 400 or 500% raise. You'd be dumb not to do it. And Holloway got a raise as well. So yeah, I think if the fans should be upset, it should be upset with the Oilers, not necessarily the players. Like, Holloway is a guy that they had an opportunity to match. Broberg probably was a little too rich for them, but no, it's funny. Players get booed here, but you're booing a guy for accepting a raise. I think that's what I thought was funny about it.
Yeah, to me, I love it though. To me, it adds a little energy in the building. Like, and if you get booed, that means they kind of miss you in a way. Especially for a former player, because not many of them get it. Now, when you're, the Skinner's better against Binnington, to me, that's funny. Like, that's taking a page out of Winnipeg Jets fans because they're the best. The Jets fans do great job. I remember, like, one night Ovechkin's playing and they're just chanting Crosby's better. Like, it's,
I remember that.
I love it. I think it adds a lot of spice to it. The Oilers tonight. What's your take on Arvidsson? And now he is skating, not with the team yet, but he is skating, which means he's probably still, until he has at least 2 practices, I don't see him playing with the team. But this is a very odd situation.
Well, it's odd because do we really know what's wrong with him? Like, I heard it was a lower body. I heard it might have been a groin or it might have been something else, but it's just rumors at this point. They haven't really come up and told us what's wrong with him. No one seems to be able to locate the time to where he got hurt. I don't know. It's just, it's an interesting situation. At first, he was supposed to be day to day, and now he's week to week, and no one has seen him around the building. But, I like Arvidsson. I like him as a player. He's a guy that plays hard. He's a guy that's tenacious on the puck. But the injury issue is something that's kind of always held him back in Los Angeles. He came in here and we talked at the beginning of the year. He said he was healthy. He's looking forward to it. He's looking forward to a good year. And he plays hard. He plays the game hard. So it'll be interesting to see what's going on with him. Maybe it was a lingering injury that they thought, would kind of heal in a few days, and it never did. And it just, it's an interesting situation. Because when this guy's in the lineup, I really like his game. And I think the Oilers like his game, just how hard he plays and how hard he forechecks. But obviously, if you can't get in the lineup, if something keeps flaring up on you, whether it is a groin or hip or another issue, then that's going to be a problem. And this is a guy that the Oilers want healthy, the Oilers need healthy. But if you can't stay healthy, you got some sort of issue with you. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with him going forward.
Derek Van Diest joins us, DVD. First time since January of 1997 that the last 8 Art Ross Trophy winners will be on the ice in the same game. Kucherov, McDavid, and Draisaitl are those 3. The last time it happened was Jagger, Gretzky, and Lemieux. They had a 21-year stretch where they were the only 3 to win the scoring title, which is bananas. But, you look at those 3, And they have 37 points for Kucherov and McDavid, 36 for Draisaitl. They're 5 and 6 points back of the scoring lead. I don't think anybody would be stunned if one of those three won the scoring title again this year.
No, I don't think so. And I think McDavid's really kind of ramped up his game here. He's averaging 3 points a game. And he's doing it quietly, right? So, no, these are guys that can really turn it on when need to be. And I think right now you're seeing getting into the late December, January part of the schedule. I think they're really ramping it up, and these guys can score in a hurry. They can score in bunches, and it's going to be exciting to see them do it. I think right now McDavid and Draisaitl have the better supporting cast. I think Kucherov has got a good supporting cast there. Don't get me wrong, Braden Point and guys like that on that team. It's a good supporting cast, but yeah, it's going to be right now for Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. The obviously the objective is to win as a team. I don't think the scoring race really matters to them as much anymore. They've won that, been there, done that. I'm not sure what the situation with Kucherov is, but yeah, you get a chance to see these three great players on the ice. It's going to be exciting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the game tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing Tampa. I think they're starting to refine their game now. I think they were kind of in a bit of a lull there after Steven Stamkos left, but I think they're really kind of starting to find their stride. They're playing really well, and this will be a good test to see if the Oilers are playing well, are playing up to the way they're supposed to be playing against a really solid opposition. This is the start of a really busy week for them, a start of a week where you're going to have some really good teams, really good opponents coming at you. So I think it'll be a good situation to see where the Oilers stand starting tonight. If they can get off to a good start, then that sets up the week nicely for them, I think.
Yeah, it's a big week. It's going to be a great week to see Tampa and Minnesota, Vegas, and then the defending champs. You have the Stanley Cup rematch next week between the Oilers and the Panthers. You look at the at that Adam Henrique. Hasn't been talked about a lot because he's not producing as much as he would like. He does have 8 points in his last 16 games, only 1 goal, but 8 points is 8 points. But that for him, a 40-point season is all right. He's probably more of a 50-point guy, although I guess maybe if you're not on the power play as much, maybe we have to lower our standards. But Adam Henrique outscoring elite competition since November 1st, 5-0, outscoring everybody 10-3. Well, he hasn't produced. That line really has given up very little.
Yeah, and I'm glad you say without power play time because, there's only 5 guys on this team that really actually get power play time as well. 6 because Hyman was out of the lineup for a bit there. So those guys that come in that have good numbers somewhere else, and you kind of trying to compare those numbers, you have to take into account that unless they're in the first unit power play, they're not going to get power play time. That first unit stays on for 1:40, sometimes the entire power play. So yeah, he's starting to kind of get going too. And I think it all kind of flows downhill. I think if McDavid and Draisaitl are going, their top line is going there, a lot of attention is going to be paid on those 2 top lines, which kind of gives a little softer matchup to the other 3 or 4 lines. And if they can kind of produce, then that really kind of rounds out the team really well. I think it all starts with David and Draisaitl, and I think everyone else kind of benefits from that. And I think we're seeing that. I think those guys are starting to find their game. They're starting to find their groove. And they're starting to find an identity here with the team. I think early on they wasn't sure who was going to do what, where were they going to go where. And you look at a guy like Jeff Skinner, I think he's playing a lot better too. He's not producing as much either. Like he's got to get going in production-wise, but I think he's getting a lot of opportunities. He's getting a lot of good looks. So you're seeing kind of everyone rise to the level. Like McDavid's kind of dragging this team and Draisaitl dragging this team up. And I think guys are kind of stepping in and taking advantage of the opportunities that they do get with the fewer minutes than they would maybe somewhere else.
DVD, we'll see you at the rink, my man. Have a great day.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
There you go. That's Derek Van Diest joining us from NHL.com. We'll come back. We'll get to the lineup and more. It's a Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. We got a bid at $3,100 for the brick package now, 833-401-1440. Got to get that up. We're still on at face value. It's a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch Samsung 4K high-def TV. All the bells and whistles is unreal. So 833-401-1440 in our email inbox. Black Friday continues at the Brick. Hurry in and save up to $3,000 off big screen TVs. Plus, save up to 65% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching Love Seater chair. Save up to 40% off mattresses and up to 25% off bedroom, dining, and home entertainment furniture. Plus, the more you buy, the more you save with up to $300 off select brand name major kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. See thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Ain't it beautiful?
There's electricity in the air. Carrie Dahl here from Volvo of Edmonton, where the Volvo XC40 and C40 fully electric vehicle is now in stock, along with a great selection of Volvo T8 hybrid models. Experience the trusted Volvo quality and technology to power into tomorrow at Volvo Cars Edmonton, Canada's only 12-time Volvo Excellence Award winners. Experience the difference.
Volvo of Edmonton.
It's the Nissan Winter Ready event. The all-new 2025 Kicks is ready with standard heated front seats to keep you toasty on those winter drives. And with standard wireless Apple CarPlay, the playlist will be hot too. Right now, lease the 2025 Kicks for the equivalent of $78 weekly for 39 months. Plus, qualifying Nissan owners may receive up to $500 in loyalty bonus. Ed's front-wheel drive for $336 monthly with $2,499 down at 5.99%. Conditions apply. See Nissan.ca for details.
Visit your local Edmonton and area Nissan dealer for more information. It feels like the cost of everything has been going up and up and up. That's why Encore's electricity rates are getting really low. With our rates falling lower, you can feel carefree about your bill. A low rate means lower stress. Switch to a new fixed-rate electricity plan with Encore by Epcor and save. Get the lowdown and stay carefree at encore.epcor.com/lowdown. Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Customers love Cross Mitsubishi for all kinds of reasons, like family-focused friend. Mostly, he loves the warranty, knowing his major repairs are covered, and he won't miss a single Christmas concert.
The festive sale is on. Save up to 15% off all new vehicles. A 2024 Outlander PHEV ES is $41,648. A 2024 RV RES is $25,880. Don't forget Cross Mitsubishi's 10-year powertrain and 5-year new vehicle warranty. See Cross Mitsubishi in-store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
Hat tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Little sandstorm for you. Lovely. Tuesday afternoon. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, and Facebook. Call Todd the second text number there. Connor Halley, game day, Oilers, Tampa Bay. It's anticipated game. Should be fun. Busy night in the National Hockey League. 10 other games going on. Busy week for the Oilers. Busy week in month of giving as we continue to roll on. So if you want in, Con will answer Pips and Todd. Be sure to answer your phone because the comment likes to call you here in the final segment to get our bids in. So that is great as we're helping out Santa's Anonymous today. We have a $2,500 gift card and a 75-inch TV, which is the Samsung QLED 4K Smart TV. And right now, a bargain at $3,100. So try to get that up a little bit. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. Let's go to our lineup report brought to you by Sherwood Power Sports and Marine, as they are the home of the $50 bi-weekly ATV. You can be on a boat next summer for as low as $105 bi-weekly at Sherwood Power Sports and Marine. The Oilers lineup tonight, status quo. Skinner starts 5 of his last 6 games, plus .930 save percentage. You will have Kulak and Emberson, Nurse, Stetcher, Ekholm, and Bouchard up front. Connor McDavid with Hyman and Nugent Hopkins. You'll have Draisaitl with Kapanen and Podkolzin. Henrique centers Janmark and Jeff Skinner. And Derek Ryan between Corey Perry and Connor Brown. Meanwhile, the Tampa Bay Lightning come in a little bit banged up after in Vancouver. They lost 2 key pieces. So they'll go with a point between Kucherov and Gensel. Paul looks like he'll center Atkinson and Hagel. Geeky between Chaffee and Goncalves. Glendening between Essimont and Jurgensons. On the back end, Hedman and Radish, McDonough and Moser, and Lilleberg and Perbix. And then in goal, Mr. Vasilevsky. So Anthony Cirelli, who was named to Canada's Four Nations team, he got banged up. If you saw the video, he ran into the boards, right, kind of bent over backwards, looked like it hit on the hip. And so he is doubtful. He's not officially out, but he's doubtful. Doesn't look like he's going to play. But officially out is Cernak on the blue line. He left that game in the 3rd period, and they've recalled Santini. He'll be the 7th defenseman. So Cernak, who knows how long he's out, but he's definitely not playing tonight. And him and McDonough have been their top penalty killers by a large margin in Tampa Bay. So that impacts there. It impacts their top 4 a little bit. So, you know what? Now Radich and Moser are in the top 4. They still got Hedman. They got McDonough. Like, they got good players, don't get me wrong. But I'm interested more about the penalty kill. And if the Oilers could somehow find a way to get even 3 power plays tonight, you'd think without Cernak, he's a key piece on their back end, that would be, that could be a big benefit. So there you go. That's the lineup report brought to you by Sherwood Power Sports and Marine. Connor Halley.
Got a bit of a jump here. Dustin went up to 32.50.
32.50 from the D-Man. All right, Dustin, thank you very much. 833-401-1440. I like, hey, smells a good deal when he hears it. I like it. So, hey, guys, holy Christmas. Turn on your lights. This isn't rocket appliances. Maybe rocket science. Voice to text. I like it, though. El Dante. It is true, people. Get your lights on. Right? Remember that auto doesn't always mean your back lights are on. You should check it. Right? You want to have your lights on. It's dark. What time is it now? 5:45? It's dark out already. It's brutal. We're getting close, though. We're getting closer to the shortest day. We are, 11 days away from shortest day of the year for sunlight. And then it'll start to get longer again. That's very nice. But yes, it is dark early. No one wants to get in an accident on their way home. So please be safe as you try to make your way home, or maybe you're going to the game, wherever it is. Be smart on the roads tonight. Let's go back in the room a little bit, hear more. Adam and Henrique, I talked about. Henrique's, I know he's not producing, but he's doing a lot of things, good things well. On the penalty kill, he's only been on for 1 goal since November 1st. And I think he's the 2nd highest penalty kill minutes amongst forwards. He also has played 200 minutes, 5-on-5, outscored the opponents 10-3, including 5-0 against elite competition. So when you see that, and you have Henrique and you have Janmark, now a lot of that's with Brown, but they got Skinner. I don't believe that the head coach, especially the way Leon Draisaitl is playing defensively, you're not going to be worried if Adam Henrique has a few shifts against the top line in Tampa, because Adam Henrique is a really smart player, right? Matthias Janmark, really good defensively. Jeff Skinner, it's not his forte. We all know that. But the other two are really good. And Henrique was just asked about going up against a very talented team in Tampa Bay.
I mean, high-end talent over there, so you have to be prepared for that at all times. I think no matter who's on the ice, you have to know who you're out there against, and be prepared for that. You know, they sometimes take chances or really try to push the pace, but have that skill level to take over a game at any time.
They do. as do the Oilers, and that's what makes it fun. He gave his insight, he being Enrique, on what he feels has been working so well on the penalty kill as of late.
I think just the small details in it, and then the work within that, I think too. So I think we've had some pairs going together for a while now, which can help, have that chemistry on the penalty kill and talking and being familiar with what we're thinking in each situation, really. Because that's key for us. I think when we're on the same page and really moving, or we know, where the other guy is, even though if you're not able to see them. So I think establishing that pressure, holding our line, just the details of how we want to kill have been a lot better as of late. And I think that is due to being familiar with each other and our pairs.
Yeah, and we talk about that familiarity, Connor, and I think that could be an issue tonight for Tampa Bay because their best penalty killing pair, McDonough and Cernak, are now no longer because Cernak's out. And so all it takes is a slight hesitation here or there for a penalty kill. And when you have an elite power play and the Oilers are 29.2% in their last 10 games, they're back to kind of where you expect them to be, that you can take advantage of that potentially. So we'll see how it goes. So the con man is working the phones right now. I love it with Todd and Dustin. So be sure to answer your phone if he calls you. All right. So if you want in, 833-401-1440. Hey, we always like the last second bids, man. It's all great. We always find a way to get up to it. That's great. I think we got some. What are we up to now, Cons?
Yeah, we had a small jump up there, and then Dustin went back up to 34.50.
34.50. All right, 34.50 from the D-man. Ooh, I like it. I like it as we keep rolling through the final few minutes. We might have to get a video one time and just watching. I think Cons, if he ever wants another job opportunity, I think he could be somebody in one of those phone call centers. Right, like he's working the phones, he's got multiple lines going on, right? He's got very good phone manners, very polite, because there's nothing worse, you call one of those places and they're like, hello, right? Like they don't have the good, like Con's got a good voice, very personable. So doesn't want to leave anytime soon, but just saying that it's an option, Con. It's always good to have options.
Michael Scott took a second job as a telemarketer, right? So that's stopping me from potentially doing that.
Oh, it's true. That's a good, just out of nowhere Michael Scott reference. I love it. 833-401-1440. Hey guys, Rocket Appliance is a legendary trailer park boys quote. Oh, I did not know that, Connor. That is great. Oof, all right. Okay. Well, that's actually pretty good. It's not Rocket Appliance. Because people have said it. Like everybody's had a line over the years that you've probably said and repeated until fine. And usually it's probably lyrics in a song, but we've all done it, right? You thought you had the lyrics, you've been singing it along, and away you go. And then you realize later on that you were saying it wrong all the time. It's happened. So it might be simple sayings, definitely lyrics of a song. So that's happened for sure. So it's very interesting to see how it goes. But hey guys, what about Connor Brown? What's your thoughts on him? I know at the playoffs he came around, but it's because the bar was so low, everybody got excited. I'm watching Brown this year, and he's just okay to me. What do you make of him? Well, if you look at Connor Brown's just his contract this year, it's you know what? It's okay, but yeah, he's not a finisher. That's his problem. He can create a lot of chances. He's just not a finisher. He had that when he scored 20 goals. Did you know he scored like 15 goals in the final 19 games? He went on an absolute heater, but that's not realistic for him. Hey, Greggs, can you recap the package? Yeah, very quick. It is a $2,500 gift card for the Brick. Use it for whatever you want. And a 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart TV. They'll deliver it too. I should probably point that out. So maybe you don't have the big truck. Don't worry. The Brick, hey, they'll deliver it. It's fantastic. So $2,500 gift card and the 75-inch Samsung QLED 4K smart television. And it's currently at $3,450. So if you want in, you can get in right now. 833-401-1440. Or Cons might even call you, Cody. He might even call you. Yeah, there you go. So answer your phone if he does call you. A few other quick texts coming in. Hey guys, when Arvidsson comes back, what happens to the lineup? Well, it's a good question. I think they'll just move guys around. Like, Kapanen would seem like the obvious choice to move out, but who knows when he's back and who knows if everybody's healthy by then. So today, assuming everybody's healthy, I think Arvidsson probably starts where he left off on that line with Leon Draisaitl. But we'll have to see. The con man still working the phones. Many of you, I love these texts. Hey, Gregor, as somebody who's worked once at a call center, I strongly say do not ever work at one or advise someone to work there. It is a horrible place. I'm sure it could be tough at times. No question. You earn your stripes, I would think. It's like way back in the day, the people that were like door-to-door salesmen for encyclopedias or people now who do it for vacuums. It's a pretty tough gig. No question. Have yourself a great night. I'm letting Con Man work the phones here. We will come back. We have the pregame show coming up next, though. Andrew Walker, Donovan Paulson will take you right through the puck drop, Oilers and Tampa Bay. Let's get to Sports 1440 update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Home with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace. And they can fix all your issues in your home that come to water, heating, and more. LegacyHeating.ca. Good night.
The Sports 1440 update.
It's a game day. The Oilers in action tonight to take on the Tampa Bay Lightning. Puck drop in this one just after 7 o'clock. We got pregame coverage coming up next here on Sports 1440 with Andrew Walker and Donovan Paulson. Game's underway right now. Flyers lead the Jackets 2-0. Shark and Canes tied at 1 apiece. The Avs on top of the Penguins 2-0 as well. And the Devils and Maple Leafs are currently scoreless in the association right now. Magically, the Bucks 56-53. Later tonight, the Mavs take on the Thunder. And down in Camrose at the 2024 Junior A World Challenge, Sweden comes back to beat the United States 5-3. Tonight at 7:30, you got Canada East taking on Canada West. That'll do it for us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Up next, pregame coverage with Walker and Paulson. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink.